What's up, everyone? It's Auntie Jean here, just giving you an earlier start. So welcome to the Garvey Villages Unlock the Chains and Keep Well, where our guest presenters give us the remedies and keys. I'm actually commemorating the birthday or the Earth Strong of our Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. So what I'm planning to do, I'm going to play Amy Ashwood's own words talking about her husband, Marcus Garvey. So that's what I'm going to play now before we actually start. Okay.
This is a souvenir recording in memory of the Honorable Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican hero who pointed the way to African independence in his clarion call for a new day and a new and greater destiny for his people.
Ethiopia, the land of our fathers, a land where the gods love to be. A storm cloud and night sudden gathers, armies rushing to thee. We must in the fight be victorious when swords are thrust out back to bleed. For us will the victory be glorious when led by the red, black and green. Advance, advance to victory, let Africa be free. Advance to meet the foe, advance to meet the foe, with the white and the red, the black and the green, with the might and the red, the black and the green.
The body of Marcus Garvey slumbers, but his immortal spirit, like a mighty dynamo, vital, alive, ennobling, still inspires his people along the path to human dignity, racial pride, and national sovereignty, the ideals for which he fought, lived, and died.
Shine on eternal light, to greater soul this day, dispel the loneliness of night, and drive all doubts away. For longing eyes replaced, when war and strife shall cease, to fill the to appear, how do we last see?
That was the processional hymn. Time marches on, death rends asunder the filial bond that links the human heart. Life's drama folds and refolds, and the melody of the immortal greats and their accomplishments linger on. Listen to the spiritual self of the immortal Marcus Garvey, in poetry, in song, and in music. The memory of a people is best portrayed.
Oh, Africa, awaken, the morning is at hand. No more art thou forsaken, O bounteous motherland. Far from the
Ladies and gentlemen, who was Marcus Garvey? Who was this man whom Bishop Ransom of the Amy Church called the mightiest prophet of the age? Who was this man of whom the erudite James Weldon Johnson once said, he had the daring and energy of the Napoleonic personality that draws masses of followers. He stirred the imagination of the masses as no other leader ever had. In the course of time, this man, Garvey, brushed aside the Goliaths of the first independent nation in the Caribbean, and he became Jamaica's first national hero. Who was Marcus Garvey? Marcus Mosiah Garvey was a man earthbent for the eternal search of oneness with the universe. He was born at sunrise in the beautiful garden parish of St. Anne, Jamaica, West Indies, on the 17th day of August, 1887, near the falls of the roaring river, where he grew with nature and drank much of her inspiration. He was of humble birth and was the 8th child of Sarah and Marcus Mosiah Garvey Sr. Garvey was born in an atmosphere of prophecy. When his father first saw him, so close a resemblance did he bear him. He was overcome with joy, and he lifted him up in his arms and cried out, "Your name shall be Mosiah, and you shall someday be a Moses." There was nothing in the drab lamplit setting in which Garvey stood to speak in his native St. Anne that night in October 1914, which gave the slightest flicker of the shape of things to come. No one present, not even Garvey himself, believed that the stern-faced man standing so nervously before him in Jamaica would someday hold a star aloft and urge millions to gaze on it and follow him. Marcus Garvey set out on the lonely trail of smashing many of the preconceived ideas which made the black man inferior in his thinking, such as to believe that he was belonging to a vicious and predestined evil race, that God and the angels were white, that he, the black man, personified the devil, who was reputedly black, that he was the likeness of black magic and misfortune, the son of Ham, a hewer of wood and drawer of water, and that all the creation of the dominant white civilization, calculated to foster the concept of white supremacy, was ordained by God. Garvey was an angry man. He smote his chest and demanded to know the author of the scurrilous wicked forgery 4,000 years after Noah had gone to his grave in peace. When he spoke in Madison Square Garden, he served notice on all the nations squatting in Africa to get out before the wrath of 400 million black men, women, and children hurled them into the sea. Arising from obscurity, Garvey's never-to-be-forgotten oratory took him to the very apex of fame. Millions unquestionably followed him. Such were the conditions of his people, bowed down with inferiority complex for hundreds of years, that Garvey visibly touched to tears and compassion in the deliverance of his message, emphatically thundered, "Up, ye mighty race! You can accomplish what you will. The black man of yesterday has disappeared from the stage of human activities forever, and in his place stands a new man, erect, conscious of his manhood and rights, and fully determined to preserve himself at all costs." Marcus Garvey, in his finest hour in Liberty Hall, New York, in the 1920s, addressing the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, said so many things applicable to the conditions of today. To read the world's history of races written by some writers gives the impression that the black man amounted to nothing in the creation. We are satisfied, however, to know that our race gave the first great civilization to the world. For centuries our ancestral home was the seat of learning, and here black men who were fit for the gods were philosophers, scientists, artists, and men of vision and leadership. On the other hand, our traducers were groping in darkness and continental barbarism. Black men, you were once great, and you will be great again. Great men have come out of Egypt, out of Ethiopia, out of Africa, Sahara. Great men will come out of America, the West Indies and the islands of the sea. Our history is as great as that of any race or people, and nothing on this side of heaven or hell will make us deny it, notwithstanding the false treaties, essays, speculation, and philosophies. Their arrogance is but skin deep, and an assumption that has no foundation in morals nor law. When we were embracing the sciences on the banks of the Nile, when our civilization had reached the noonday of progress, their ancestors were still running naked and sleeping in holes with bats, rats, and other animals. Garvey's messianic message to the groping millions of his race would surely bring him to Golgotha. His leadership would emancipate millions from the shackles of mental and moral servitude. It was the great gulf, it was the violent contrast between the upper and middle classes and the people of his race which made the first telling impact on the mind of the youthful Garvey. Illiteracy and grinding poverty were the two decisive factors which contributed to his impact. Like Socrates, Garvey geared himself for his cup of hemlock, like a Christ on his way to a blood-stained cross. Before his death, however, in 1940, he would have the satisfaction of knowing that a squalid century after the emancipation of 1838, the men and systems against whom he fought such a good fight had lost forever their footing on the ladder of imperial and economic power. Marcus Garvey left you a special message, my children. Let no voice but your own speak to you from the depths. Let no voice but your own rouse you in time of peace or war. Hear all, but attend only to that which concerns you. Your allegiance shall be to your God, then to your family, race, and country. Remember always that the Jew, in his political and economic urge, is always first a Jew. The Caucasian is first a Caucasian under all circumstances, and you can do no better than to be first and always a black man. Be sure to teach your children science and religion, for it lies as our only hope to withstand the evil designs of modern materialism. Lift up your hearts and repeat to yourselves the words of the African poet Terence. I am a man, and I think that nothing that is common to humanity is foreign to me. Garvey endeared himself to his thousands of listeners when he dramatized and immortalized the heroes and heroines of Afro-American history. Through the power of his oratory, Garvey showed them that Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman were equally deserving of a niche in the Hall of Fame as Martha Washington and Betsy Ross. They were made to feel that the muse which inspired Phyllis Wheatley was no less fine than that of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. The black poet Paul Laurence Dunbar was made to take his place with the great poets of the world. It was seen that the African General Hannibal surpassed Napoleon in military genius, and Toussaint Louverture and Antonio Maceo were worthy of comparison with George Washington and Lord Kitchener. Marcus Garvey's spellbound audiences heard that Crispus Attucks was as great as Patrick Henry, and that the Ethiopian Queen of Sheba outshone Britain's Queen Victoria in the splendor of her court. Solomon, in his wisdom, towered above Gladstone. King Menelik was more than Abe Lincoln. Never before had the descendants of the slaves been so uplifted. Marcus Garvey delivered that message, and all the world wondered. Africa for the Africans. those at home and those abroad. It was the same message delivered 4,000 years before by the Jewish patriot, "Let my people go." Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of his journey, we pause to assess his work and worth. We find that Marcus Garvey has left his people in America at the crossroads of history and destiny. The now 38 independent states in Africa are the first of the fruits of them that slept in the chronology of his prophecy. To quote his own words, "Hail, United States of Africa, hail." Also Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Guyana, and his own homeland, Jamaica, still on the wave of freedom. The associated states within the British Commonwealth of Nations, Grenada, Antigua and Barbuda, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Dominica, Anguilla, and the British Virgin Islands, flying the flag of freedom and independence and echoing the voice of Marcus Garvey. Whatever his failings, Marcus Garvey brought fresh hope and courage to his people. Mankind has benefited because Marcus Garvey passed here. And who knows, but someday posterity will confirm him in the title of the Black Moses. Then millions of black men, women, and children will make the pilgrimage to his shrine in Jamaica, for they will have come to pray and kneel at the tomb of the father of African independence. Oh, he vowed to win his race its destiny, to lift them up from ignorance and hell. With deathless courage, fashioned victory, fighting on equal fares. What if he fell? He's gone, 'tis true, but history yet will tell that Marcus Mosiah Garvey did his work, and he did it well.
Thank you. You see, that was a tribute to the Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey from his wife, Amy Jakes Garvey, which was very fitting, I find, because it was his birthday Tuesday, the 17th of August, or the 17th of Mosiah, as we say. So I'm just going to close that. And I've just got another piece to play, which is commemorating the Black Cross nurses, which was another thing that was actually set up by Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And this is in honor also, a sister, Natania Duncan, is basically honoring Lady Henrietta Vinton Davis, who helped set up the NUIA, set up the Black Cross nurses, sorry, for the NUIA. So I'm just going to play this before we start.
The John Hope Franklin Center.
Lady Henrietta Vinton Davis, who Garvey dubbed the Negro Joan of Arc. She was a Shakespearean actress and orator. She was the protege of Frederick Douglass. She worked as recorder of deeds in Washington, D.C. Her stepfather was an affluent Methodist minister, and she comes to the organization at age 56. The average age of members of the UNIA ranged from 28 to 35. Now, here's a woman who could very easily be a club woman. She's a recorder of deeds. She's a former school teacher. You know, she comes with a cachet, and yet she likes the UNIA. She's a Washingtonian, but she likes this New York, Harlem guy standing on the street corner shouting at the top of his lungs. And the question for me became, okay, did she not have sense? I mean, she was grown, right? She's supposed to have it together a little bit better than this. And come to find out that what attracted Lady Davis to the organization more than anything else was the idea that Garvey was against color consciousness. And for her, this was a big deal. She felt that color consciousness was actually the ruination of the race. That of all the problems we had, you could drink, you could smoke, you could philander, just don't be color conscious. Do it with that, smoke with everybody, drink with everybody, sleep with everybody. Just don't be color conscious. And so for her, the deciding factor became this idea of how do we have racial progress? Not just racial uplift, but racial progress. How do we move everybody in a direction? Her first step in that direction was through an auxiliary called the Black Cross Nurses, and she became the lead organizer of the Black Cross Nurses. The Black Cross Nurses was actually an auxiliary that was established to assist women in the organization who were already practicing homeopathic remedies. It was one of the ways that they took credit for what they did. They created an organization that allowed them to practice lay nursing. And eventually, they went on to establish a nursing program in the organization with Dr. J.J. Peters at the helm. And the program was an 18-month program. You could not buy a uniform until you completed the program. And they actually had a graduation ceremony, an examination process that all led to becoming a certificated nurse. Now, why this becomes important is that this is being done at a time in America when nursing schools are only graduating 1, if 2 African-American women. The majority of African-American women, particularly in the South, are engaged in domestic service work, or in the North, in factory work. Yet and still, they know a little something about this bush or that berry. And what Henrietta Vinton Davis's Black Cross Nurses does is actually get women to combine homeopathic medicine with textbook medicine. So in places in Louisiana and Miami, Mobile, Alabama, in Key West, in Denver, Colorado, and in Los Angeles, where people would not necessarily get to see a doctor, or there was none to come, they had the BCN. The second thing that's important about the BCN is that it existed, and I neglected to mention this, and it's important because it's significant to this word universal. The Universal Negro Improvement Association existed on all 7 continents and throughout both the West and East Indies. Now, the reason that the BCN become even more important is that they actually become what I consider the diasporic diamond of the UNIA. Why? Because they took good notes and they helped my research. They actually print pamphlets with instructions on how to use certain teas, how to treat rashes, how to cure whooping cough, what do you do if you think you have lighthead, which meant high blood pressure, what to do if your husband was cranky, what to do if your children weren't listening, what to do for sucking thumb. And as a result, you see a kind of amalgam of ideas from the Caribbean, from Africa, from North America, from Canada, from the South, coming together in these pamphlets. And they're actually sitting down with each other saying, okay, the name of this plant for us is this. What do you call it? Do you all have this plant? Okay, well, the next time we get together, we're going to figure out how to get this plant distributed so that everybody can have access to aloe vera, something that people in the Caribbean took for granted, you know, and they called it single Bible because of the long leaf. They were talking to women in New York and Chicago, finding out that they weren't using it on their skin and that it was good for burns and chickenpox and so forth. And so she also is the only female in the UNIA hierarchy. She's fourth president general of the organization itself. She becomes the president of the Black Star Line and the Black Cross Navigation trading company. She is the only salaried woman in the organization. She was promised a salary of $6,000 a year by 1923, and to date, I think Lady Davis only collected maybe $4 grand for 12 years of service. So I do spend a lot of time in my research on her because I think she does deserve a lot more credit than what she got.
Produced by Duke University, online at duke.edu.
Okay. So first, that was a short introduction to Henrietta Davis. So welcome to the Garvey Villages, Unlock the Chains and Keep Well. Let's see who I am. Auntie Jean here. Welcome to the Garvey Villages, Unlock the Chains and Keep Well. We are actually on our 73rd episode, and I know it corresponds with the NHS with the 73 years also. So how that's come about, that's, as I said, a work of magic. I hope you enjoyed the first part, those who came early. I did put on Amy Jakes Garvey, who did a voiceover film of the life and times of her husband, Marcus Mosiah Garvey. I should say the Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And then followed by a sister called Natanya Duncan, who did a story, or told the story of Lady Henrietta Vinton Davis. So as I said, there's a lot more to the UNIA than just on the surface. There's a lot to it. And people have actually said that the Black Cross nurses was the idea or the inspiration for the National Health Service. So be that as it will. And the time is just 7:01, so I'm going to get my water and start as I usually start. I do say welcome to everybody who's joined us here on the Zoom room, and also welcome to everybody who's going to be listening to us on Black Culture Radio. I hear there's a few technical issues, so they might not join us until about 7:30, but I say welcome to everybody listening on Black Culture Radio anyway. So if you do get cut off or you have to go somewhere, you can still listen in via all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. Okay, so I'm getting my water. And I'd like to give thanks to the Ludamari, the Divine One, the creator of all things, creatures great and small, the earth we stand upon, the air that we breathe, the sunshine that gives us life, and also the water that gives us life. I give thanks to. I also give thanks to our Ori, which is our head that gives us the intuition to know what's right from wrong. And I also like to call upon our ancestors that got taken away from the shores of our home many, 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 many years ago and dotted all the way around the world. The trials, the tribulations, what they went through is unbelievable. As I said, lives got taken, and some of our ancestors even took their own lives because of what they actually went through, and they didn't envisage themselves having to go through any more of that. So they did take their own lives. So I give thanks to the good ancestors, I say good ancestors because not all of our ancestors were good. You know, we was betrayed by some. So the good ancestors who had that tenacity, that had that willpower, that had that strength to keep on going, to survive through all that they went through, thick and thin, no matter what. And I know we had some uprisings as well. So I give thanks to all of those ancestors, because if it wasn't for their survival and their tenacity and their strength to continue, a lot of us wouldn't be here today. So I raise my calabash and I say thank you and ashe to those ancestors. Ashe. I also like to say thank you to our leaders, our heroes, and our sheroes and our warriors. And as you can see, mine is the Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And as I said, we're celebrating his birth date, which is the 17th of August. So which was just Tuesday gone. So hence that's why I put the commemoration from his wife, Amy Jakes Garvey, on. It's people like the Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey who open those pathways, open those or kick down those doors, so to speak, and open those pathways and let us know that we can rise up. We don't have to be subservient. We can fight back and stand up for what we know is right. So for all those leaders, heroes and sheroes, names we know, names we don't know, some names we may have forgotten, and some names that we will never know, but they all help to pave the way to help us to be where we are today. I mean, we haven't made it yet because we're not, as you say, is equal as such, but they help to kick down most of those doors for us to be where we are today. So for all those leaders, heroes, sheroes, and warriors, I say thank you and ashe. Ashe. I also say thank you to my lineage. I say thank you to your lineage. I say thank you to the good ancestors that's there with us from the time we're born right through to the time that we pass on to the ancestors. Those ancestors that's there with us through thick and thin, no matter what. And even though sometimes we feel we're alone, rest assured we're not alone. They're there with us. They are there guiding us. A lot of the times we don't hear what they want us to do, you know, so sometimes we get into sticky situations, and that's because we haven't taken the signs that they've actually put there for us. And sometimes they've got a cruel way of putting us back on the right path. So, you know, you sort of think, why me? But sometimes we've got to stop, think, use our intuition, our ori, and, you know the right way. And when we can call on our ancestors, because they're there for us to call on them as well. So when we call on our ancestors to help us, to give us guidance, even to say thank you, ask that their answers be as clear as water, and let our minds be open to receive those answers, because they're going to come in many different ways, many different forms, messages, signs. So, you know, you might see a white feather that's come from nowhere. You might see a bird that's out of place, or a different type of bird that, you know, you say, well, where'd that come from? All of these signs and messages that your ancestors have actually heard you. So let our minds be open when we ask our ancestors for help and guidance. So for all our ancestors, whose heads and shoulders who we all stand upon, that's there with us from the time we're born right through to the time that we pass on, I say thank you and ashe. Ashe. And this is the time I take the opportunity to say thank you to my grandmother, Stephan Bailey, whom I've never met, but I know that she's there with me always. So Stephan Bailey, I say thank you and ashe. Ashe. And I also say thank you to my grandfather, Hubert Stair, who we called Mr. Stair, because if it wasn't for Mr. Stair, I wouldn't know who my family was. So for Hubert Stair, I say thank you and ashe. Ashe. And I also say thank you to my mother, Iona Pinnock, and my stepfather, Ivan Pinnock, for whom, if they weren't the people who they were, I wouldn't be the person who I am. So I say thank you and ashe. Ashe. And this is the time when I open up the floor. You can open up your mics if you like to say thank you to a loved one, friend, relative, or somebody who's in your past, or somebody is in the past, or one of your heroes, leaders, and sheroes that you'd like to show gratitude to. Please do unmic and say thank you, call their names and say thank you. Calling their names helps to keep their memories alive.
Greetings, good evening, Auntie Jean. I'd like to take the opportunity to give thanks and appreciation to my father, Luther Augustus Palmer, who brought me up as a single parent in this country back in the 60s.
It's hard.
My gratitude to my father. Also gratitude to his mother and father, my grandmother, Emity Pearl Palmer, and James Palmer, my grandfather, my father's father. I'd also like to give thanks and appreciation to my mother's parents. Without my mother, I would not be here on this planet. So my mother's mother, Mary Brown, and my grandfather, Thomas Brown. Give thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Brother Gamba is a brother, I've said it many times. He was a brother I knew since 1983 from PACM. And I wish I can get back and reconnect to him. Yes, you talked to him, but he died. So I want to express my condolences towards his family and hope his soul go for a positive journey.
Ashe. You can still speak to him in spirit.
Indeed.
Ashe. Thank you.
Indeed.
Anybody else? Okay. With that, I think that
Kesheni wanted to say something.
Sorry, Sister Kesheni?
Sorry, the mic was a bit off. Yes, I would, with Nurses and Midwives, I would like to remember Mary C. Cole and Princess Sehai and Princess Ademola.
Ashe. Anybody else?
So these are nurses from our past history that came to the UK. Princess Sehai came from Africa, from Ethiopia. She's Emperor Haile Selassie's daughter. Princess Ademola came and they worked here before 1948 in the early part of the 20th century. And of course, Mary C. Cole was here before them all. And they all saw very different experiences, but were powerful women in their own right in what they were doing.
Ashe. Anybody else? I'll take it from the silence, then there is nobody else. I'd like to welcome everybody again to the Garvey Villages Unlock the Chains and Keep Well, where our guest presenters gives us the remedies and keys. And as I said before, this is part 73, which corresponds with the 73rd anniversary of the NHS also. So with this, without further ado, I also welcome everybody to the Auntie Jean Zone on Black Culture Radio, which is all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. So if you get cut off or you have to go somewhere, you can still be listening in by going to all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. Okay, thank you. And with this, I am going to introduce you now to our very own, one and only Nubian Jack, who has been running all over the country and all over the place, putting plaques everywhere, commemorating our people. So Nubian Jack, the screen is now yours and welcome.
Sister, the phone's just going off the hook there, blessings. It's a pleasure to be on your platform again, Auntie Jean. Thank you so much. This particular edition is a follow-up from our last After Dark session we had on the 5th of July, which was the 73rd anniversary of the NHS. And this year is also, as we know, the 73rd anniversary of the arrival of the motor vessel Windrush, as well as the renaming of Whittington Hospital. And this whole project culminates with 7 decades of service by those wonderful nurses and midwives and doctors and porters and cooks and cleaners and pioneers and matrons and all these wonderful cogs that have helped to keep the NHS turning. So yes, we say ashe as we pay reverence and respect to those that have gone on before us and who through us have been resurrected and for which we are fulfilling some of their dreams. Auntie Jean, this, I won't say too much today because I'll be coming back on later, but we have a project called Nurses and Nation. This is the book. This book is an iconic cover. Some of you will be seeing it for the first time.
Raise it up a little bit more.
Can you see that there? Can you see that?
Yeah.
I can't see what you can see, but can you see that, Auntie Jean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, perfect. So on the cover, we have the symbol of an African woman, and we have permeating through the light, the flag of Britain, because the whole idea is this is a book that celebrates the contributions of African women and men to Britain's health service. And in that book, we have some people today who, Kesheni and Dwayne, who I'm going to hand over to now, will be interviewing. So I'm going to come back on about an hour and a half from now and tell you a bit more about this wonderful, magical book that we will be releasing week after next, which will precede the unveiling of the most mystical and magical statue. Ashe.
Ashe. Looking forward.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm going to hand over now to Dwayne, Brother Dwayne. Good evening, my brother.
Brother
Greetings.
Dwayne, the screen is now yours.
Greetings, Sister Auntie Jane. Pleasure to be here this evening. Blessings to everyone. Brother Jack, blessings to you, enough respect as usual, you know. So pretty privileged to be here this evening. Just want to, we've got a packed agenda. We've got some very exciting speakers that going to be talking to us about the sort of work they've been doing for us, really working for us, really, and working for our community and outside of our community too, may I add, essentially. Many sacrifices they've actually, carried out throughout their career and their lifetime. So without further ado, I want to introduce one of our first queen and royalty, which is Cheryl Gregory. Cheryl Gregory is a nurse and midwife and specializes in, her background specializes in sickle cell. Over to you, sister.
Is that Michelle?
So that's Cheryl Gregory.
Oh, Cheryl.
Yes, I must say special thank you to Dr. Vivine, and I can see Michelle Johnson there. I'm Cheryl Gregory, and I retired from nursing over 7 years now, and I now do voluntary work with the Nurses Association of Jamaica, UK. And it's interesting that Dr. Jack spoke of the anniversary of the Windrush and also the NHS. But linked with that is the 43rd anniversary of the Nurses Association of Jamaica, UK. You can actually say it is the baby of the combination of the NHS and the Windrush generation. And I'm glad to say that I'm a product of that. When I did my training, I trained at Kingston on Thames in between 67 and 70. And I'd never nursed a Black patient. Then I did my part 1 midwifery at the Central Middlesex. And that was the very first time I came across Black patients. I was there for 6 months, and then I went to Birmingham and worked at Sutton Coldfield for any of you who know Birmingham, in those days, Sutton Coldfield was pure white. If we had a Black patient, it would have, the first thing we would do is to check to see what work they did. It would be about 1 patient per month. And so when I came to London, I went to work at King's College Hospital, and it was an entirely different kettle of fish. And there I felt at home. I loved working in Sutton Coldfield, but King's College Hospital was, for me, so fulfilling. And it was then that my interest in sickle cell started. I went on to do health visiting, and I came across a sickle cell support group, which I joined. And it was heartbreaking to hear the care that the patients would describe that they had. And that propelled me to see if I could make any changes to that. So I went into sickle cell nursing. And of course, it's not the sort of nursing that you can go into if you're not confident, because you are there as the advocate for patients. And I know that I was called lots of names. I remember when I first went into the ward, the Black nurses would say, the doctors would say, who's that nurse? She's a bit, but they couldn't say she is a bit what? If I was stupid, they would say she's silly, but they could not put a name to who they thought I was or what I was. And I've had many battles. I ruffled many feathers because I know what people would say, oh, you think sickle cell patients are the only patients that exist. I said, this is what I'm getting paid for. Now, antenatal, that's an area when you want to think, if you're thinking about discrimination and racism, that is an area of patient care that the evidence is quite startling. In 1975 in America, and neonatal screening was first mentioned. And do you know when it started in England? 2003. Even though they knew that sickle cell disease, it was then and still is the commonest genetic disorder in England. You had very rare conditions where universal screening was done, and yet screening for sickle cell was not done until 2003. And of course, the antenatal screening preceded that in 2001. And I'm sure you're well aware of the number of complaints that sickle cell patients have raised. And it took Elizabeth Aniwanu to actually drive the setting up of a system, a support system for patients. And from then on, all the way, we've been fighting and fighting and fighting. And still, there have been some shift, of course, but we still have a long way to go. I am sure a number of yours are quite familiar with, in fact, 2 recent incidents with sickle cell patients, one at Northwick Park Hospital and the other one at that young boy that disappeared and was found eventually drowned. And when his mother asked for support, she was ridiculed. So those are really the very recent ones. Sadly, patients have been saying over and over again, if sickle cell disease was a disease that affected the indigenous population, it would have been a different story today. We would have had much more research around finding effective management and also a cure. So it remains in our hands to support patients to ensure that they get the right treatment at the right time wherever they are in this country. Any questions?
Thank you very much for that, Cheryl. I'm just gonna bring in now Sister Kesheni to come in, and obviously got a few questions for you in relation to your very look, it was great work. Clearly, you're actually doing in industry. A number of challenges I can actually hear coming out from what you're actually saying, and those challenges are still occurring today. Unfortunately, they are in the 21st century. Kesheni, would you like to come in now, please? You're on mute.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Is there a sort of, you know, you as a nurse overall, and then concentrating on this particular, which is to do with us specifically. There's obviously an attitude overall, but what's the more kind of personalized interaction aspects that perhaps you experienced as a nurse, either from patients or from the professional side in regards to doctors and things like that?
Fortunately, majority of doctors who choose to work in sickle cell disease, they are empathic, and they are there because they take patient care seriously, especially with sickle cell disease. But those are the ones that are actually looking after. But then you get the day-to-day doctors. Unfortunately, I think it's a lack of knowledge in most cases. But one incident that will be with me forever it's around pain management. Pain is what the patient says it is and where they say. And I think sickle cell pain must be one of the worst pain that there is, because the thing is, there is no evidence that you're in pain. And if people are used to a broken arm or a heart attack, you know that's a painful condition. So if you complain of those pains, people take you seriously. But with a sickle cell patient, it comes on suddenly. And there's just no evidence, external evidence. Consequently, they are accused of being drug addicts, even though the drug-seeking behavior is actually learned. Because if they're not believed, I remember I got a call one day from the ward. Oh, this big Black woman is here asking for pain relief, and we've given her, and she's still not satisfied. You would not believe. When I went to see her, this lady was well over 6 foot, and she was huge. And they're giving her 100 milligrams of pethidine. And that just wouldn't touch her. Another occasion, on a summer's day, I went to see a patient in the ward, and the nurse is saying, oh, he keeps saying he's in pain, and we don't believe him. I said to her, this is the summer holidays. Why would a young Black boy choose to come into hospital, lying in a hospital bed, when he would, I'm sure, would prefer to be out on the streets playing and meeting with his friends? I didn't have to say anything more. And they gave him the analgesia. It is though, and the other thing, the patients develop this attitude that because they know the nurses are not going to give them the pain relief when they need it, they learn that to ask for it before, and it may be about half an hour before they're actually due. and they're then seen as drug-seeking behavior.
Wow.
So it's extremely difficult. And then when of course, when we're in pain, we're going to be uncomfortable. We're going to be short-tempered. And when they lose their cool, they're difficult, they're labeled, and next thing they're banned from the hospital. And then they go to another hospital and they're banned. Consequently, they end up probably not going to any hospital at all because of their difficult patients, rather than seeing them as patients with difficulties.
That's, I'm going to say this. I think there's a remnant of an attitude towards us about not being human somehow, because these people inflict pain on animals. They inflict pain on others than themselves, and somehow they've put us in that category. And that flags that up for me. That has not disappeared. I'm not saying overall it's not 100%, of course it isn't. But somewhere in the back of their generational, epigenetic, white mind, non-colored mind, lies this basic thing about who and what we are and our physiology, our physical self being not like theirs. And they're absolutely right. It's not like theirs. We are higher, greater, higher frequency beings as nature on this planet. And we've got those that are not up to where we are looking to care for us. It does not make sense. I wasn't looking to make points, but from hearing you say that, Cheryl, I feel very conscious of that point. Thank you so much. Dwayne, shall I hand back to you?
Jacqueline's got a question?
Yeah, oh yes, Jackie, sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, Kesheni. Cheryl there?
Yes, my screen is gone.
We can still see you.
Okay, so I better not do anything untoward.
Hello, Auntie Jean. Hello, everyone on the platform. Hello. This is just a quick question to you, Kesheni, and to you, Cheryl.
Yeah.
In terms of the sickle cell, why do you think there's such an issue? Do you think it's actually a lack of understanding of this? It's primarily affecting our community.
Do you know, I think it is more than a lack of understanding. It's one thing, the physiology of sickle cell. It's an
Go ahead. It's only because there's a lot of background from you, Jacqueline.
Jacqueline?
Cheryl, you gone? We can't. I think Cheryl's frozen.
Yes.
Yeah, she's frozen. She'll probably drop out and come back in.
Okay. So so what we'll do then, thank you so, oh, Shirley's back. I think Shirley's back. Great. Can you hear us, Cheryl?
Michelle,
I think she's still frozen because I can't see her on my screen.
Yeah, I think she's encountered some challenging there. So
not to worry, but she actually covered some great points anyway, Kesheni.
Yeah,
so that's fine.
I mean,
yeah.
Michelle's got her hand raised.
Yes.
Would you like to ask Michelle to come in?
Yes.
Michelle?
It's really a question for Cheryl. You guys can hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a question for Cheryl, really. I just wanted to know to what extent sickle cell was now part of the nursing curriculum for
she's coming back
nurses.
in.
She's come back in. You might need to ask your question again, Michelle.
Yes, is she there now? Cheryl, are you back with us?
Yeah. Unmute. You're muted, Cheryl.
Yes,
That's
sorry,
it.
I'm now using my phone,
Okay.
which is more reliable.
It's
Yes,
always a fail safe. Oh,
So
yeah,
Cheryl,
the question, yeah, sorry.
oh no, I just wanted to say thanks very much for all the work you've done to improve the experience for patients with sickle cell in the UK. I know Elizabeth well as well, and the work that she undertook from 30 odd years ago. On my radio show, I've interviewed Kai Bangbola, who I don't know if he's still the chair of the Sickle Cell Society, but I'm very much aware of the sickle cell situation. From a nursing background myself. I trained at King's College Hospital as it happens, and do remember nursing sickle cell patients on a daily basis, really, during my pre-registration training at King's. And so my question is, so that was way back in 91, I started my training, but I just wanted to know to what extent has sickle cell become a part of the pre-registration nursing curriculum, number one. And secondly, my last clinical role was as a specialist nurse in a field of where we had, it's a very small niche group of patients in the UK with a particular condition, but it was a specialist thing. So I just wondered whether, sickle cell, and my understanding is the unit that is at CMH is commissioned by NHS England because it's a specialist service. So I just wondered, isn't there an argument then to be made that for inpatient care, that is specialist care, and so they should provide specialist provision for inpatient care for sickle cell, for patients with sickle cell, as opposed to them going onto general wards, because I remember them being outliers on the wards that I worked on, where really the nurses in those environments do not have the skill, the specialist skill, the specialist knowledge, the specialist understanding of sickle cell. And really all they do is treat symptoms with no in-depth understanding, no underlying understanding of the condition, which is why you get that tension between nurses and the patients, because the nurses don't understand. So two questions. One, is it now part of the pre-registration, at least pre-registration curricula? And two, is there no case to be made for it to be for the provision of specialist inpatient care for sickle cell, for people with sickle cell?
Two extremely pertinent questions, Michelle. I retired 7 years ago. And up until then, it wasn't a prerequisite in pre-registration for nurses, but only the nurses that were interested would select to observe or spend a day at the sickle cell center or with a specialist nurse. What was interesting, though, that the doctors at George's, they all had a week where they did community, and it was a prerequisite that they engaged with the sickle cell center.
Yes. Are you in contact with Lola Oni?
Lola Oni, yes, Lola.
Wasn't she doing some work at parliamentary level around getting this in curriculum?
Yes, there is there's been an all-party parliamentary group
with Diane Abbott, I think.
Diane Abbott started it. So I'm not sure how that is going now, but most certainly, sadly, if doctors can see the needs, the commonest disease, genetic disease in England, and yet it is not part of the training. Your other question, Michelle, I became very unpopular around trying even to get sickle cell patients being admitted to one particular ward. Even to have the hematologist taking care, even to have the hematologist taking care of these patients from the time they enter A&E department it has been a battle. And I don't think some hospitals are really excellent, but there's some where it is still, they're still looked after initially by the general doctors. And quite sadly, they do not understand sickle cell disease. The amount of patients whose lives the nurses have saved because where you have a special, most hospitals in London now do have sickle cell specialist nurses.
Okay.
And once the patient is admitted, they are informed. And so wherever the patient is, they would go and they would give the advice and try to actually move them to a specific medical ward. But it is not a routine, sadly. And that's probably one of the reasons why that young man in I think it was North London Hospital, why he succumbed, because there is no way he should have been an award like that, especially with general anesthesia.
Sure. So I suppose I like to acknowledge progress particularly in our context as Black people. I know there's a lot further for us, well, not for us to go, but for society to go in terms of waking up to the reality that we are equal human beings to them. But I do like to acknowledge the progress, because certainly when I trained, there were no specialist sickle cell nurses in trusts. And now you're saying that pretty much every big trust has got one of those. Yes. So I think that is something to be acknowledged, that there's been progress. I'm not saying it's been easy progress, but at least that's progress, because that's pretty significant. Point specialist nurses, which is a big financial investment in each trust to manage this. So thanks so much.
It is a lifeline for patients, because patients and doctors and the ward nurses, they do rely very much on the expertise of these nurses. But if we're not careful when they're doing their cuts, several times they've attempted, to cut them. Yeah. But with patients' power, we've managed to save it. And yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We go back to Jacqueline.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. And thank you, Michelle. That's really informative, actually. We've learned quite a lot there, and we've still got a long way to go, unfortunately. And that's the issue, because there is ongoing cuts. And unfortunately, it's actually to our service. But yes, that was very, very informative. Thank you. Okay. Should we just move on to...
I'd like to just now introduce our next speaker, which is Anna Robinson. So Anna Robinson background is a midwife, for those of you ladies and gentlemen. Like everything else within the NHS plays a very important role. Anna, though, is a midwife, and I would imagine perhaps, no doubt, one of perhaps those nurses who've actually taken care of your missus, your sister, your aunt, your cousin. So Anna, a very good evening to you and welcome. If you just like to unmute, please.
You need to unmute.
Anna. To unmute, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Right. As Dwayne said, my name is Hannah Robinson, and I came to England when I was 8. And I lived in Crowborough in Sussex. That's where I went to school. And basically, I was the only Black girl there. And then I went to Reigate, and I then did my general nurse training at Redhill General. And I came to do my midwifery training. It was part 1 and part 2 at Greenwich District Hospital then. And I had a bit of a culture shock in that respect, because from being the only Black girl at school, I found myself that I found, that I had kindred spirits in my nursing colleagues. In those days, you did part 1 and then you were shipped out, and I was shipped out to Welling. And Welling, I didn't realize was, you know, an area where basically Ku Klux Klan was headquarters was there. And so there was I cycling around like a, you know, totally unaware of that, until one day I tried to use a telephone and the public phone, and I had my daughter with me, and there were girls that were stopping me trying to use the phone, and you know, and I got slagged off. I was told, you know, I was taking people's jobs, and it was an eye-opener. So fortunately, some young lads came along who were actually friends with these people, and I thought I was really in for it then, but they actually told them off and said, let her use the phone, and, you know, that was it. I think that nursing and midwifery has changed in some respects, but I think that there is a culture within the, you know, NHS, and I don't know whether it's systemic racism, but I also think that it was a privilege to see, for me to see people like Paulette and, you know, Dorothy Turner and Jackie, who really have sort of brought midwifery to the fore. I think the sad thing about midwifery at the moment is that women, Black women, are disadvantaged within the service. And the sad thing is that we as midwives, there are lots of Black midwives, and it's sad to hear when women can't even have proper pain relief. You know, we lose more babies than our Caucasian counterparts. And I don't know that we within the NHS are highlighting that enough. I would say when I went to, I finished my midwifery training in 1974. Some of you weren't even born then. And I went to Dartford, and I learned an awful lot where that was concerned. They were predominantly Asian, Indian women. And then I came to Bromley. Now, Bromley did the highest percentage of Caucasian births in the whole of the UK. And it was very challenging. I found that I was the first Black manager that they had, and I really was a bit naive, I think, because I thought that I would be treated equally by my counterparts, and it was, you know, it was sad that I was not. It was an absolute struggle throughout my midwifery managerial career, basically. And when I had a special interest in women who had fetal loss, who lost their babies, and I was quite humbled that when we had the new unit, the midwives insisted that the bereavement centre that in fact I had set up from the other hospital was named after me. And wow. People in senior roles actually came to try and pull the name tag off, but wow. the midwives really insisted on that. I think that one of the things that we are always labelled, we're never seen as assertive, we're always labelled as aggressive. And the same thing is taken into the care of the women as well. So Black women as a whole are seen as aggressive. Also, it saddens me that women don't seem to be able to have the same pain relief. And it goes back to what Cheryl was saying about, you know, the young boys not getting adequate analgesia, and they're labeled. And so we live under this label all the time.
Hannah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Jacqueline here. Can you hear me, Hannah?
I can hear you now. Can you
Right,
hear me?
okay. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. That was quite a testimony. Why do you think there were such challenges, certainly from within the organisation and within your managerial role?
I think that, you know, we're always put under a certain label. And I think that it was moving up the ladder is very difficult. And you get to a certain point and you never get there. And so some of it, you know, you could regard as tokenism. You know, the token Black will get there, you know, but you, unfortunately, and I'm going to be, and I know that, you know, a lot of people are not going to like what I say, but when you're in a managerial position, you get it from the top and you get it from the bottom. So you like the meat between the two slices of bread. But the sad thing about it, that I found about it, I was, as I said, naive, but actually I was actually quite disappointed in the fact that our own colour didn't actually, you know, help us. You know, they created problems. They made that job even worse, right? Unfortunately, and I'm going to be, you know, I found a lot of support from the African midwives and the Caucasian midwives. I found my own Caribbean midwives very, very, very hard to, you know, to get along with. I don't understand why. You know, sometimes you know, as a manager, you have to say unpopular things. We have to say, and I've said it to everybody, you know, we have to look at the way our body language, you know, we don't kiss our teeth, roll our eyes, and, you know, and you try to prepare people for that. And they don't always take it kindly. And they all often think that you're up yourself because you speak a certain way, or, you know, you're not doing what they want to do. And so what you're trying to do is actually prepare them for career progression. You know, you want them to get ahead, but very often they put, you know, obstacles in your path. And I think it's sad. And I think that's some of the reasons why some of the Black women who are cared for by Black midwives do not get adequate pain relief. Because, you know, oh, you're strong, you can get on with it. You know, and I think that is some of we need to come out of that culture, basically. I have a lot of friends, a lot of, you know, colleagues of all races, and I even got told, why are you friends with the African midwives? Well, you know, actually they're the ones that support me the most, you know, and I think that we've got to really look at ourselves as well and how we come across.
That's all right.
So that is quite sad to hear, really, on many levels. So if you actually, so basically you was actually getting internally from the management as well as from your fellow colleagues.
Absolutely, absolutely.
If you
I even had a midwife who I used to go out of my way to take her to you know, to work and to bring her back. Now, interestingly, the Caucasian midwives will ring me up and say, Hannah, you know, I've got a car problem, or, you know, can't do that. Can you get me? And so, you know, when you're on your way to work, and I say, okay, fine. And I had someone who I was actually, you know, taking her to work, picking her up, taking her, you know, home in the morning. And one day she said to me, oh, I can't let anyone see me get in your car. And I was absolutely shocked because I didn't understand it. Why could she not, you know, when the Caucasians were, you know, coming in my car and didn't think anything of it, and then my own black midwife would not get in my car.
Wow.
Because she didn't want anyone to see me, see her get in my car. Wow. But, you know, I'm having said that, I had some really, really good role models, some really good black role models, you know, the likes of Paulette, Dorothy Turner, Ruth Cerise. They were my champions, basically, you know, and they, when times got really hard, and it does, you know, you need people like that around you. And you need to sort of be able to offload to someone like that. But the whole point is, it's only now that I think that more black midwives are actually climbing the scale, really. You know, in comparison, you see a lot of Caucasians do a meteoric rise, whereas, you know, black midwives who've got this, you know, more experience, more skills, are still, you know, not getting, you know, the recognition that they deserve.
It's very, very sad to hear that on a whole. But I've got two questions for you, and it's one about the patient care as well as the management. So on both levels, if you can actually bring about change, what sort of change would you implement in terms of the patient care for the patients, and also in terms of the staff to bring about improvement?
Regarding the women, because you know, it's challenging. Midwifery is a really lovely, rewarding profession, but it's also a challenging profession because we're getting, you know, we have women with all comorbidities. It's not just about normality. You know, we've got women who before would not have even got pregnant. So the service has to be provided that, you know, we know, for example, you know, sort of in an area like Bromley, we used to have an FGM, you know, sort of clinic. And also we had to make sure that on the birth certificate, on the birth registration, notification, sorry, we had to highlight if it was a female baby and the mother had previous FGM, in order that that baby could be followed up by the health visitor. I think that there is, you know, like Cheryl was saying, it's having an understanding of the particular needs of groups, because, you know, we deal with mothers with sickle cell, we deal with mothers with thalassemia, with, you know, sort of a multitude. So how do you get that service to highlight, particularly when, you know, you're in an area like the area that I originally came out of, you know, Surrey and Sussex, and, you know, at the time, you know, we had very low, you know, sort of black, you know, sort of users of the service. Now, you know, I think that we as midwives need to have much more awareness and much more exposure, we shouldn't be leaving it just to the so-called centers of excellence. We should be leaving it to, you know, every unit should be able to care for every mother that goes in there. And that's not always the case. And from a managerial position, I think that it's having an awareness and an understanding of the need. You know, managers are always often seen as a breed apart, you know, and it's almost like you're not human. A lot of the times you're putting in excess hours just to keep that service going, and also the pressure on particularly Black managers, you know, because they're not regarded as their Caucasian counterparts, unfortunately.
All right.
So I think it's having equity, basically. So, you know, sort of, and also having more people in managerial roles, in higher managerial roles, not just a token few. You know, so, and it's something that we all have to strive for, but it's also, we work for that, but it's also having the recognition that there are tall poppies in the Black community, you know, and we have to look for them and not just sort of, you know, undermine them all the time.
I agree.
But the other thing is as well, we have to have the courage of our conviction to, as Cheryl say, put your head above the parapet, because you're not going to be popular. I was not very popular at all, because I would say, for example, we did the video on the, you know, sort of to give to the women, and the DVD. And when I looked at it, I wanted to cry, because there wasn't one Black baby, one Asian baby. The only person of color that was doing anything was the domestic. And I have no issue about the domestics. However, you know, I did say in front of the producers, because my boss at the time, she asked me when I thought of it, and I said, no, I wasn't going to say anything until we had the feedback session. And because I didn't want to forewarn her, I wanted to make sure that I said what I had to say. And so when it was my turn, I complimented the person who was very, very, you know, white, blonde, who did the narrative. And I said, but this is a video. I would never, ever, ever give anybody of color coming into this organization. And so everyone was shocked. And, you know, and they said, well, why not? So I said, well, you know, I always used to tell my daughter, don't tell me that you're good at music. I don't want to know. Don't tell me that you're good at sports. I don't want to know. And I said, you know, if I gave that to my daughter, it would just perpetuate that we're only good to be domestics. I said, you know, there were Black midwives, Black doctors, you know, we had Black student midwives, we had Black babies. None of them were in that, you know, sort of DVD doing anything. And this is what I'm saying, that the support that I thought I was going to get, the only other Black person, Black colleague in there, she got up and said, oh, I'm going to go and, you know, get my children now. And I thought, well, at least you could have said something, but, you know, it was me being aggressive. But the good thing about it, the head of midwifery that we had at the time, no one knew it, but I knew it, that she had a brother-in-law that was Black, although she was very, very English. And so she said, you know, how much would it, you know, it cost to change this DVD? And she said, you know, they said £3,000, and she said, I'll pay it. And so, you know, we had Black doctors, student midwives, you know, and Black babies in there, because it didn't reflect what was happening, before, and I think that you become very unpopular in certain, sort of corners when you actually say anything, and people automatically say, oh, you're using the race card, but it's not that, it really is not that. It's about making sure that those women have equity of care. And that, for me, I mean, I remember going in because they called me to say that there's a woman that doesn't want a black midwife. Can you imagine what she, here I am, a black person, and I'm walk in on her to say she doesn't want a black midwife. So I said to her, well, when I went in, I introduced myself and I said, and I thought I'm going to do it outright. And I said, I understand you don't want a black midwife. Now, her husband, who was sitting in the corner with his newspaper up, immediately put his newspaper down and said, oh, she comes from Luxembourg. She's not used to having black people. So I said, really? I said, well, actually, she's been in England long enough to get pregnant. She's accessed the service. It's a multiracial, multicultural service. So she would have come across black nurses, black midwives, black, doctors. So I said, that black midwife may be the only one with the skills that's able to look after her. So at the time we used to do earlies and late shifts. And I decided that I was going to find a black midwife to look after her. And that's exactly what I did.
Good.
Right? And I always used to say to them, because the midwives couldn't say, I don't want to look after you. But anytime, but I used to make sure that they were able and they were supported, to look after that, people like that. Because, when I was in Dartford, I remember one of the, we had Irish sisters. And I remember her saying, this guy saying, no, he doesn't want a black midwife. And she said, you will get who, I give you. And she always made sure that she put a black midwife to look after people like that. And I totally subscribe to that. So, because I think it strengthens the midwife. It strengthens her resolve because, we're going to come across people who are going to say that.
Can I just stop you there, Hannah?
Also having that understanding and making sure that the organisation, it's implicit within the organisation that they will not stand for the racism that a lot of people in the NHS have.
That is so right. Yes, we just got to stand up for our own convictions, and you are so right in your testimony there. Let me just bring one of the colleagues in here who's also a midwife from background, and her name is Marcia Gunji. Is Marcia there?
I'm here.
Dwayne, Kane.
Hi, Marcia.
Hello.
You're right.
Everyone. Yes, thank you.
Marcia, good evening to you. Good evening. You've actually heard, first of all, do you want to say a bit about yourself? Because we haven't really introduced you formally, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so good evening, everyone. First of all, apologies for joining late. I got detained. So what can I say about myself? I am a lapsed nurse. I did my nurse training back in 1983 and qualified and jumped straight into midwifery 6 months later, and qualified as midwife in 1989 and worked then in midwifery for the majority of my career. I worked for clinically for just under 10 years, and then I taught as a senior lecturer in midwifery for over 20 years. And whilst in that role as a senior lecturer, I had additional roles such as external examiner for various universities. I also worked for the Nursing and Midwifery Council as a reviewer for the local supervising authority when we still had midwifery supervision. So I've had quite a varied experience in midwifery, the bulk of which has taken place in education. So that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you, Marcia. But from your accounts of what you've actually heard from the midwives earlier, I'm not quite sure how much you actually caught, but certainly from the last speaker, Hannah, can you resonate with any of those issues raised?
Okay, so I came in when Hannah, thank you, Hannah, was speaking about her experiences with other Black midwives, her experiences as a manager, excuse me, and so on and so forth. And from what Hannah was saying, the things that resonated with me the most are the things that she's just said latterly. For example, the DVD. And I think it's a habit that people fall into where you see yourself quicker than you see anyone else in a room. Okay, you see others that look like you quicker than anyone else that's in a room. And I had a similar experience with a DVD and marketing photographs when I was working at the university, where I had actually commissioned the photographs to promote a project that we were launching to recruit more students of nursing and midwifery from operating department practice to come and join us on this particular project. So the students were already with us. We now wanted them to engage with this particular project. And the photographer went off, lovely young woman, she went off, took pictures of all sorts of students in all sorts of scenarios. And when I looked back at the photographs, I said to her, but you haven't really demonstrated any kind of diversity in these photographs. They're all white females. There are no Black females, there are no Asian females, there are no males in any of these photographs. And I have to be honest and fair to the photographer. She was horrified because she didn't realize what she had done. And that's because she was photographing life through the lens that she was used to. And so I don't think there was any, I really genuinely don't think there was anything sinister behind what she did. She just needed to be educated to realize that your audience is wider than white middle class. Your audience is everyone. So she went back and retook some beautiful photographs of students in all sorts of situations from all sorts of backgrounds. And so when Hannah was speaking, what I had written down actually was, it only takes one person to make a difference. And we can do this with grace. We don't have to be Jacqueline, I think I've told you this story before, that representation is very, very important. And so what Hannah was saying really touched me, because I remember as a 17-year-old girl coming out of the school gates, and I went to a school that was very small, a high school that was very small. There were only 500 of us in the school. We had a good ethnic mix within the school, but again, I went to school in UK Britain that didn't teach us about Black history or any of that stuff. And I remember coming out of the school gates one day and standing on the pavement, and a Black woman drove past in a car. I do not know this woman. If I saw her today, I would not know her. But that 10-second encounter of seeing this woman drive past in a nice looking car, it just did something to my 17-year-old self, okay? And she's not the only reason why I pushed through and got to where I am. By the grace of God, I've got to where I am. By the input of my parents, I got to where I am. But seeing her driving that car, which objectified the fact that we can move into other circles, did a lot for my 17-year-old self. So seeing others looking like me in photographs is really important. I was talking to my daughter, one of my daughters, just the other day. My children are now grown adults. I'm a grandmother, okay? And I was speaking to one of my daughters the other day, and she was saying to me, Mum, it was you saying to us, take every opportunity, that made her take every opportunity, that made her realize that she can go and get what was out there to be got. So yes, Hannah talking about representation and recognizing yourself in those pictures is very key. And we can shift people's thinkings just by raising that quiet but firm question, where are the others? And then the other thing that Hannah was speaking about was, I remember distinctly working in a major London hospital where I did my midwifery training, and being told on a night shift, Marcia, there's a woman in room whatever, and she does not want a black midwife. This was said to me by a mixed race midwife who was sitting at a desk surrounded by, at the time, other midwives and doctors of different races. And I can remember this scene very vividly. I had come out of the room where I was working, because I wasn't one of those midwives that sat at the desk. I never went to the work to sit at the desk and just talk. I went to work to work. So I was always with the women. And I remember coming out of the room and being confronted by this statement and looking at sister. And I just said to her, well, sister, she doesn't know what she's missing, does she? And I turned on my heels and walked away, because unlike Hannah, I wasn't in a managerial position. I was a junior midwife. I had not long qualified. I didn't have the same level of authority that Hannah had, but I had personal autonomy and personal authority. And I was not going to allow someone else's preferences, someone else's, whatever you want to label it as, to make me less than what I am. And so I think it's very important for us to understand who we are in our work situations. I met a young woman recently. She's training to be a consultant, a young Black woman. And I said to her, what do you do for a living? She said, I have a living doing doctoring. And I really liked that way of phrasing. She didn't say, I am a doctor. Her I am is not being a doctor. Her I am is not the profession that she has. Her I am is something completely different. What she does occupationally, professionally, however, is to doctor. And I think it's important that we have that distinction between who we are and what we do. And that's become even more apparent to me now that I'm in semi-retirement. So Jacqueline, I hope that answers your question.
Beautifully, yes. But I've just got a couple more questions for you very quickly. You also was tutoring students and lectured in midwifery. So from your past experiences, how did you actually bring that to the forefront when nurturing your students to have a different outlook?
Okay, so with Marcia, what you see is what you get. I just am who God made me to be, and I say that with pride, but not a false pride. I am who I am, and I am here by the grace of God. One day, if I ever get to know you all personally, I could tell you my personal story. But when I go into the classroom, who you see in the classroom is who you see in the corridor, is who you see in the staff room, is who you see on the street. And I think that in order to engage with another human being, we have to respect their dignity. We have to respect their humanity. And so I grew up with my parents were, my mum left school at the age of 12. My dad left school at the age of 14. Dad left school at the age of 14 because he finished high school. They couldn't take him any further. And then there was no money to pay for him to go any further. Do you understand what I mean? So it wasn't that he was not intelligent. He was intelligent, but the funding, the economic capital wasn't there to push him further. Mum left school at the age of 12 because she had to go and work. So I came from parents who understood the importance of working, and they understood the importance of educating, even though in and of themselves they couldn't unlock education for me, that propelled me towards it. And so when I go into any situation where I'm engaging with learners, I look for people, I look at people through that lens. They are in my classroom. This is my opportunity to communicate something powerful to them. Now, I am aware that when I go into those classrooms, that there will be students of Black heritage. My background is my parents were Jamaican, my husband was Nigerian. And so I have a real connection with my Caribbean roots and my adopted African roots, if you like. And so I go into these classrooms and I look for who's in there, and I will always deliver my teaching at the level where I'm engaging with those people that need me the most. And what I mean by that is that there are going to be people in that classroom who think that they know it all. Okay, I don't have time for them. Respectfully, I have time for them, but I don't have time for them. I will deliver the session to the person who thinks that they shouldn't be there. And quite often, when you speak to Black students, quite often they feel that they shouldn't be there. Now, they don't as much say that in words, but their behavior says it. I'll give you an example, Jacqueline, because this might illustrate better what I'm trying to say. I remember walking down the corridors of the university one day, and these two young men came up to me, both of Black origin. And one of them said to me, "Excuse me, miss." I said, "Yes." And he said, "Can you tell me where I can get this bounded?" And I looked at him, and language is very important, because language reveals where you're coming from, what you've been taught, who's been teaching you, and how long you've been on that educational journey. And he said to me, he was holding, I don't know what it was, but he was holding obviously a piece of academic work in his hand. "Can you tell me where I can get this bounded?" And I looked at him and I thought to myself, thank you, God, that he asked me that question in that way. And I said to him, "Young man, if you go down the corridor to reprographics, they will bind your work for you." Because I didn't want him to go into reprographics and say, I want this bounded. Do you understand what I mean? So when I go into any educational scenario, I'm listening, I'm looking, I'm thinking, where are you guys coming from? Ah, I've located you. Now let's see where we can take you. Let's see where we can help you to get to, regardless of what the narratives have been around you, regardless of what has tried to prevent you from getting this far. You're here. Now let's do some work. And I take no hostages. I don't care whether you're black, red, yellow, brown, or green. If you're in my class, I'm going to locate you and I'm going to bring you forward. And that's the attitude that I've always taught with, and had great joy in teaching students over the years, and seeing all students, including and especially Black students, excelling when they thought that they couldn't and when others thought that they couldn't. And you know what, Jacqueline, the truth is, racism exists. You know, I grew up in 1970s UK with skinheads telling us to go home. Go home, go where? I live in Islington, mate. I'm going home now. Do you know what I mean? So but you have to know what to do with that external narrative so that it doesn't become your narrative and it doesn't become the thing that drives you. And again, that's something that I communicate with anyone who sits in my classrooms. And so when I was teaching midwifery, I would always make sure that I didn't leave out women of color. So an example would be, last year was really interesting, wasn't it? When a Black medical student decided to write a book about how to recognize the signs of various conditions in people of color. And I just sat and smiled. I thought, good on you, young man. That's a really great book to write, because I would say to my students, okay, we're talking about deep vein thrombosis today. One of the signs of a deep vein thrombosis is that there's going to be discoloration of the skin. Great. Tell me what would it look like? Oh, okay, so it would look red, or it would look such and such, or such, and everybody would put their hands up and tell me all the textbook answers. And then I would just stand back and say to them, so what would it look like in me? Okay, and that you could see the students thinking, actually, I don't know what it would look like in a Black person. And that's where you hook the students and you bring them into your world. And because you've respected their dignity, regardless of who they are, because you've respected their humanity, regardless of who they are, when you hook them and show them, actually, you guys don't know as much as you think you know, when you show them that, they will follow you willingly. I have many students come back to me and say, Marcia, I've been in an emergency scenario dealing with someone who's having a shoulder dystocia, where the baby's delivering and the shoulders are arrested or they get stuck. And they would say, all we could hear was your voice and Cynthia Stewart's voice in our ears. Now, I can't be on a platform like this without acknowledging 3 women that inspired my midwifery journey. One was Janet Blake. Janet Blake was my tutor when I did my midwifery training. Carleen Davis was the head of our midwifery school when I did my training. Oh, that woman blew me away. And then a lady called Cynthia Stewart, who was my mentor. She was God's gift to me in my role as a teacher. For the first 10 years, that woman would stand or sit at the back of the classroom. We would team teach, and she would just say to me, you go and do the session today, Marcia. So I would go up there with my paper and my pen, and I'd be doing my thing, and Cynthia would just raise her hand. And this is the thing, if we want to get ahead in life as individuals, let's be humble. Let's allow ourselves to be taught by someone else who has the baton, and let's receive that baton from them with grace so that we can then pass it on to someone else. And so Miss Stewart would sit at the back of the classroom and she would say, excuse me, miss, you know, you just said that thing. I don't quite understand that. And so going back to something Hannah said earlier on about other Black people, you know, sometimes we can look at each other and treat each other disdainfully. So I could have been disdainful in that moment and said, what is the matter with her? I'm teaching the class. Can't she see I'm teaching the class? I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm saying. But I didn't take that approach. I would say, Miss Stewart, what is it that you don't understand? Knowing full well that this woman has forgotten things that the midwifery textbooks never wrote down. And I would say to her, what is it that you do? And she would say, and I said, oh, okay, I'll re-explain it. And then I said, is that okay, Miss Stewart? Said, yeah, I get it now. And the students saw this teamwork between myself and Miss Stewart, and they respected our teaching and they respected our relationship. So I really believe that we have, you know, my husband always said to me, you are in the position that you are in order to open the door for someone else. Whatever job you have, it's not just about you. It's about who can you bring with you. Not just about what you can do and what you can achieve and look at my name badge. It's about who can you bring in with you. And that's one of the things I thoroughly enjoyed working with Miss Stewart. So yes, Jacqueline, in the classroom, it was always times of exploration, of fun, of empowering any student that came into my classroom, and very aware of my Blackness and very aware of the Black students that were in front of me, but not giving them slack because they were Black. They had to pull their socks up like everyone else and get the job done.
Wow, that's testimony to you, Marcia. That really is. But just quickly, because we're running out of time, but I just want you mentioned faith, and I know faith is actually important to you. Can you just tell us briefly how faith plays part in your life and in your service delivery?
Thank you, Jacqueline. Yeah, I mean, I make no apologies for it. Like I said, I am Marcia. What you see is what you get. Of my own free choice, I became a Christian at the age of 13. My choice, my decision, my exploration of what it meant to be a Christian, and kind of like that's at my engine you know, my faith drives who I am. And it also enables me to, you know, we all have intellectual, emotional filters. We receive information from the outside, and depending on what's on the inside determines how we process that information and how we react or act in accordance to what's coming to us. And so everything that comes into me comes through the filter of my faith. And I'm really grateful for that, because what it has meant is that whilst I am not naive to racism, you know, I'll share this story with you. When I applied to do nursing, and again, I don't even know why I wanted to do nursing. It was just, I needed to do this. This was the career path I needed to go on. And when I applied to do nursing, I had my qualifications, I did what I needed to do at school, got everything, you know, all my ducks lined up in a row, went for the interview. Remember, this is 1983.
Come and sit.
Okay, went for the interview, and I was accepted onto the course on the proviso that I lost weight. You heard me correctly, on the proviso that I lost weight. And I was, you know, a 17, 18-year-old. I didn't know that that wasn't a criteria for being accepted onto an educational course. Mum and dad, God rest their souls, worked hard, did their best, but they didn't know that it wasn't a criteria. So I lost weight. I spent the summer jogging, eating healthily, doing what I needed to do. And I needed to lose weight, by the way, and I lost the weight. And I went back, and I was there on the first, I wrote to them, and you know, I've done this. And I went back, and on the first day of my, I'll never forget this, on the first day of my nursing course, we were all gathered, all the students were gathered, and there was this little woman, I won't tell you her name, I'll just call her A for confidentiality purposes. And I met A, and A was this short, Glaswegian young lady, and she was as wide as she was tall. And I looked at her and I thought to myself, what weird. I thought you had to lose weight to do this course. She didn't get the memo. And it was at that point that my adult self came face to face with racism in the adult world. I'd seen it as a child. And pretty much, you know, they can say what they like about me. I know who I am. I know who God says I am. I know who my mum and dad say I am. That's all I need. But as an adult, you understand, it was the first time I had come face to face with it. And I said, okay.
Marcia,
yes,
I am so sorry. We're running out of time, as I say, but thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your account. It's a marvelous testimony. I think a lot of people on the platform can actually resonate with what you've actually said. So thank you very, very, very much. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Dwayne.
Thank you so much, Marcia. That was so, oh my God, I could listen to you all evening. Thank you as well, Jacqueline. Kesheni, would you like to come in, please, and introduce your next speaker?
Yes, indeed. It's to carry on with the same theme of midwifery, but just from a different, slightly what's going on now. And I'd like to bring in Sister Matiga. You've got a question in regards, you're a birth doula. Just a little bit about what you do and the question that you have around the birthing issue for us.
Hi. Yeah, it wasn't as much a question as such. It was more just to get a perspective, which has been given beautifully by Marcia and Hannah there. They're probably aware of an ongoing thing at the moment with NICE, which is the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence, apparently. And it's an organization that basically puts together guidelines for the care trust to follow in regards to how they lay out policy and protocol. And recently there was some talk of some guidelines that they were putting forward in response to the 5 times Black women being 5 times more likely to die during childbirth and the maternal. Sorry, I'm so tired at the moment. My brain's struggling to meet my mouth. The disparity between Black women dying in the maternal period than their white counterparts, and that disparity being 5 times more likely to die in England and the UK. In other places of the world, it's even higher. Places like New York and different parts of America, they're extremely more high. However, that was a big kind of thing going on last year. It was brought to the forefront, and it was taken to Parliament, and there was lots of noise about it and lots of research. There's always research. There was lots of research being put forward to find out why this disparity was going on, and what was the reasons behind it. And in response to that, this year, NICE had put forward these guidelines that in a way to combat something or to kind of make a difference. They've put forward induction for Black women, for Black and brown women, after 35 weeks of pregnancy, for no other reason health-wise other than being Black and brown women giving birth, to be induced, and that alongside being obese or being having a higher blood pressure and different things, but nothing that would make sense for an induction, given the risks associated and the fact that it can very often spiral into a road of other interventions that can be that all carry their own risks. But this was put forward as kind of, okay, so we'll just induce them all. If they're losing babies and losing their life, we'll just stop the pregnancy early, the pregnancy before time, and we'll just induce them. And these guidelines were the proposed guidelines were put out, and rightly so, the birth world went crazy. Once people were made aware of it, doulas and midwives and people within the birth world on social media just was appalled and went crazy with kind of trying to stop this proposal going forward, although they were given very little time to do so, because what they had smartly done is kind of left it to the last moment before making it public. So it left very little time for anybody to oppose the proposal. So that was kind of something that's been very recent in relation to kind of the birth world and Black women in particular navigating their way through the birth world, as Hannah mentioned earlier in regards to Black women in hospital in general, but very much so in the maternity side of things. They are very often overlooked when it comes to being given or offered adequate pain relief. Very much kind of, oh, you're tough, you're strong, you can do this, that kind of mentality, but also from other cultures being actually trained to believe that Black women are in fact have higher pain thresholds than other cultures and other women, and this being in the mentality of many of the caregivers that they will encounter, and in the stereotypes. That, along with a whole host of other reasons and other things that they have to encounter. But with that whole thing with the NICE guidelines and that going on, I went to go and see who was on this panel of the NICE board members, and lo and behold, it wasn't really representative of the people that they were trying to make these decisions for. And I was interested in the fact that so many of midwives and people that deal with the birth side of the hospital trust are Black women, are Black midwives like Hannah and like Marcia, and they've been forefront at kind of caring for women, and went into the job role with that intention, like staple to their work of caring for mother, looking after the mother. And although kind of the way that things are at the moment, it's very hard for midwives to even do that, given the amount of notes and paperwork that they have to do. For many, it is still the goal to look after mother and to care for them. But given that Black women have held these roles for so long, I was very surprised that they're not the people that are being asked for their experience and opinion when making these kind of guideline proposals. The research that was done before putting those proposals forward was not based on evidence. It couldn't be, because then it just wouldn't make sense. It was based on experience. And for me, that question just that stuck out from hearing that was, well, whose experience? What doctors are you speaking to? What midwives are you speaking to? Because it can't be the ones that look like the women that you're trying to cater for, because it just doesn't make sense. So I'm very happy that Hannah and Marcia, like I said, have been on and shared just some of their experiences within their careers on tonight's panel. And
yes, thank you, Matiga. If I could just do a quick whip round, like a minute each, starting with yourself, Cheryl, because I think you were also a midwife. What is your view of this inducement factor? You're on mute. Unmute.
It's totally inappropriate, and I share all the points that has been made. And in fact, there was a letter written to NICE in regard to that, which I read at great length, and it raised all the objections to that.
Okay, thank you. And yourself, Hannah, just a minute. What's your view of inducement?
Right. I was actually appalled by that. And I signed the petition. I think it's totally wrong. And it's missing the point completely as to why, we have such a discrepancy in care for the Black women. I think there's some things that resonate. I think we have to, going back to what Marcia said, we've got to teach our children strategies from, coping strategies, as well as being able to, advocate for themselves, because they're not going to have mothers around all the time. I think the other thing is that we have to understand that we have got different body shape to the Caucasian, and we have to take that into consideration when we're giving care to mothers. And why, I've seen people bend over backwards to make sure that the Caucasian women go into alternative positions. We should be doing that for for Black women, making sure that they can go on all fours, because our pelvis are different. We have lordosis, we have and our babies engage differently. The heads engage differently very often. I think there's one thing that I was taught that when I was a student midwife, and I didn't open my mouth very much, because the consultants were gods in those days. But I remember we had a multidisciplinary meeting and student midwives and everything, and a Caucasian student midwife who was only 3 months ahead of me stood up and said, is it true that Black babies are born more intelligent than Caucasian babies? And there was a deep intake of breath, And everyone was sort of waiting for this consultant who happened to be Rhodesian. And he said, yes, it's true. And everyone breathed out. I didn't even know that. But he said, by the time the Black babies get to school, they are behind the Caucasian. And he reckons it was because so many of our mothers are working mothers, and they very often put the baby in the cot to get some sleep, and then the baby doesn't get stimulated. And so they go to school at a disadvantage. I think that we've got to change that culture. We've got to recognize that a lot of Black women are just working mothers, and we cannot be in a position that we allow someone like, an organization like NICE to dictate that women, Black women, should have their labors induced early. What is, the reason?
I'm just going to stop you there, but you're making very important and key points. I just want to bring in Marcia, just 1 minute response to your view of the inducement factor.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Hannah.
Right.
Thank you, T, for raising your this. I always used to say to my students that we must look at the word guideline in anything. NICE guidelines are just that. They are guidelines. They are not dictates, and they are not mandatory. Okay, so I think we need to take the NICE guidelines in that vein, and we need to educate on two fronts. One, as Hannah was saying, we need to educate pregnant women before they become pregnant. We should be in schools educating young women about what pregnancy is, what the body has to go through when you're pregnant, how to get into pregnancy in a healthy way and stay healthy, what to expect from labor, what to expect from the maternity services. So we need to educate women in terms of what to expect, and then they can advocate for themselves. So when a doctor comes along and says you need to have your labor induced, they can ask the golden question, which is why? And expect a reasoned, objective response other than because you're Black, because that's not a reason for inducing anybody's labor. And the second front upon which we need to educate are the midwives themselves. And again, the midwives themselves need to use the golden question, why? Why do I need to encourage this woman to accept induction of labor as the outcome of her pregnancy? A normal pregnancy should end in a normal labor with a mother looking after her baby. It does not have to end in induction. And so the midwives need to challenge NICE guidelines, because they're not absolutes, they are guidelines. And a midwife working with her autonomy, understanding her sphere of practice, understanding the power of her profession, should be able to challenge any obstetrician when they say this woman needs to have an induction of labor. This is a big political issue and it needs to be dealt with, but it has to be dealt with on those two fronts. Educate the women and educate the midwives to act within their professional autonomy.
Thank you so much, Marcia. I think that's really key. As I'm just going to make my own point on this very quickly. The child chooses the time when it is going to come through. That's the very first choice that a child is making in its life. And life is about making choice. If the child is induced, the choice of when the child is born is by someone else. And they're taking over the choice and freedom of the child. The first free choice the child has is when it's to come. Don't get me wrong, to be induced is something that can be a necessary thing for some. So it's not 100% is what I'm saying. But think about it very carefully. Our children are being prevented from the choice of when to be born. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you. Over to you, Dwayne.
Thanks for your opinion there, Kesheni. Dwayne?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, Marcia, some brilliant points there. I mean, what it sounds to me is there's education, as we've always taught in the Black community, is very key in whatever walks of life. And in most cases, it's about a lack of knowledge, a lack of knowing. And hence that's the reason why we're not able to challenge certain things in a society generally. Whether that's a professional doctor, whether that's a politician, whoever. If you're educated enough, you have the information, knowledge, you can adequately and effectively challenge what they're suggesting, the steps or what you should be doing. So that's some very important point there. And it seems to me within the Black community, there's scope for us perhaps to create a space, and that's perhaps something we need to take in our own hands and obviously ensure that our Black women are educated enough and prepared to ask those key and crucial questions in those, because I tell you what, I'm a father, and I seriously, even as a father, I think there's scope for Black men to know more about this. So when we're attending those sessions with our wives and our sisters and our aunts or whatever, we can also assist them in terms of having those more informed discussions. So very useful information there. Thank you so much, Marcin and other nurses. Really appreciate that. Just want to bring in Joy Clark now. So Joy Clark is specialist in midwifery. Joy was instrumental in actually setting up the African Well Women's Clinic in the year 2000, which supports and improves the maternity care and outcomes for children bearing women, very fundamental, with female genital mutilation. Joy Clark, thank you so much. A very good evening to you, blessed evening to you. Could you just unmute now, please, and come in?
Yes, thank you, and hello, everyone. And I am happy to have joined this session and discussion, and I've learned quite a lot. But what most of the speakers have described, I have experienced it during the time working as a midwife at the Whittington. As you said, I've established the FGM clinic at the Whittington 21 years ago because I wanted to improve the care and birth outcomes for women affected by FGM. Following establishing that clinic, of course, the uptake was very low because the women did not know us, and we had to work towards ensuring that we give them guidance and they trust us so that they can discuss with us their feelings as a result of being cut. We call it FGM. Most of the women and survivors may call it female circumcision. It does not matter what it's called. It's an abuse that women and girls face on a daily basis. Over 200 million women and girls globally are suffering from FGM. In England and Wales, there's 137,000. Additionally, 103,000 women aged between 50 and 49 have migrated from the practicing communities, and they are also living here in England and Wales with FGM. The clinic that I set up, I had to research a lot into it because 21 years ago, many, and all of us mainly, knew nothing about FGM. I researched it, I did my degree and dissertation on FGM, established that clinic 21 years ago, the third to be established out of the 12 clinics in London. I have traveled to 3 countries in the world, South Africa, Canada, and Prague. So I visited 3 of the continents, sharing my work about FGM and how we can collaborate and work together, not only here in the UK, but in the world, because in the developing world, a lot of girls die as a result of FGM. It's never reported. 30 of the 43 African countries practice FGM. FGM is practiced across the world because when we migrate, we take our cultural practices with us. But what we need to do is actually to educate those who practice let them know what the consequences and implication of cutting their daughters mean. They experience not only physical problems, but as they grow up, especially at puberty, they would develop emotional and psychological problems. There would also be psychosexual problems that would occur when they marry. A lot of women actually experience infertility. Infertility as a result of them perhaps having an abdominal infection after being cut. That abdominal infection causes an inflammation that mainly affects the reproductive organs, and as a result, they become infertile. FGM is a very harmful practice, and I don't want to talk too much because it's quite a big subject and I become quite passionate about it. But here in the UK, we are working tirelessly to try and eradicate the problem by 2030. The clinic I set up at the Whittington has actually put the Whittington on the map. That's what it did. I got support, but not all the support I required at the time. But whatever the case may be, my role was to try and change the mindset and help women to feel better about themselves by offering counseling. Defibrillation is the term we use when women with type 3 are stitched up, and also refer them so that they can have ongoing counseling. They may not have had that before in their lives. It's only when they're referred to see a specialist midwife, which I was. I mean, we've still got a long way to go. There are many specialist midwives here in the UK, and I do think we need to be seen as what we are, trying to save the lives of women and girls, and to ensure that the women who are affected, the survivors, they have better birth outcomes. And I'll just end on that note. Better
Joy.
Birth outcomes.
Hello, Joy. Hi, it's me,
Hello there,
Jacqueline here.
Jackie.
Hello. Long time
How
no
are you?
see. I'm fine. I'm
I
fine.
didn't know I was going to talk, or else
You've done very well, Joy. You've done very well, and thank you. This is a very quick question, though. What was the challenges you've actually faced in terms of the FDN service? Because that's not easy to get people on board with to bring about that form of change within the community.
It was difficult at first. Some of the difficulties were actually with professionals, the midwife themselves, okay? It was something new to the workforce. I was told, why are you doing that? You're not African. What are you trying to do? Yeah? These are the setbacks. I have been told by African midwives, I've had it done, I've had no problem, so why are you interfering? So within the workplace, we tend to see other ethnic groups, telling us, but even within our own people, within their own structures, some of them do not support what we're trying to do because they don't help us and research the implications and consequences of causing harm to children between the ages of 5 and 15. Yeah, that's the age when girls are cut. In Malaysia, for example, babies are cut. Is it fair that a child, regardless of age, should be held down and one of the most sensitive parts of our genitalia is cut and removed? Yeah, that's what I fight for, and I am still fighting. Although I'm retired, I am still doing work within FGM.
Joy, thank you. Thank you so much for your explanation. It's been so enlightening to myself, although I know a bit about your practice anyway, but I'm sure to a lot of people on the panel. It's just that we've got so many people to go through, but it's so inspiring what you had to say, and thank you for your time and thank you for your service. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Is that Sister Matiga? Did you have a question? I can see your hands up.
Oh, yes, please. Sorry, I just wanted to ask in regards to the FDA, and forgive me if I come across really ignorant, but as a doula, one of the organizations I work with asylum seekers and refugee women that find themselves over here pregnant, and I support them when they don't have anybody else to go with them into the birth experience. But recently I had a lady that had undergone FGM, and I found it really difficult to kind of get my head around, because they was going to do episiotomy where they was going to cut her, and they had told her that they wouldn't be able to suit her in the same way that she had been previously, and she became so upset. She was saying that like this was her, she was trying to tell me that this is her, like she wanted to be the same. She didn't want them to alter what had been done to her, and she was more distraught at the fact that they was going to change what had been done to her rather than it was. And for me, I just couldn't get my head around it. I was like, so my question to you is, how do you deal with those that actually see it as a benefit, or those that have gone into the mindset of seeing it as something that is that they don't see as an abuse, but rather as a good thing, as a positive?
Right. The point is, there are types of FGM, and from what you've explained, that woman would have had type 3 FGM, on which she would have been cut, parts of the genitalia removed, and she's totally stitched up, leaving a very small opening for menstrual flow, for her to have intercourse, and also for her to give birth. So what needs to happen prior to giving birth, and that is why all women accessing maternity care should be asked the FGM question and then referred to see one of the specialists. And if the woman after examination is seen to have had type 3 FGM, she would be offered defibrillation. What you've described sounds as though this woman did not have that procedure carried out, and therefore was admitted in labor with a very small vaginal opening, and they intended maybe to cut her severely, episiotomy, both sides of her perineum, etc. It's important that the question is asked. However, we've got to start before that to raise awareness with communities who practice. We need to ask all women the FGM question so that we know how we can have a care plan and what information we should give to them and what also we should offer in terms of intervention.
Thank you so much. I think your work, I mean, for the charity, like I said, that I'm connected with, we have a lot of women that are coming from places where culturally this is a norm. And
yeah.
I think
what you can do, get my email address and information from Jacqueline. And if you need any help at any time, you can call me or email me.
Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Pleasure.
Thank you so much, Joy. It's very, very informative there, and very, very important work you're doing in the field of pretty much looking after younger women who, to an extent, perhaps hasn't got the power to obviously stop the sort of craziness that's been done to me, essentially. Yeah, absolutely amazing work you're doing.
To talk about that part of their body.
Yeah, absolutely.
We need to meet them before so that we can talk to them, they gain our trust, and then give them the information.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you so much. And great. Thank you again for taking the time to come and share with us. So we'd just like to move on to the next speaker, which is I've got the privilege of meeting this wonderful lady.
Sorry, before you go ahead, Dwayne, just a quick note. Michelle, we're going to come back to you, but before we go, Jack has got a moment. Jack, just we've gone through a little bit of a journey as we were learning from nurses. Tell us about the book, Nursing a Nation. You're on mute, bro.
Sorry about that. First of all, that was both beautiful and harrowing at the same time, Joy. Thank you for that wonderful account. I have been listening to all the testimonies today, and I have to doff my cap to the wonderful, and it must be said, gorgeous Jackie, who's doing a wonderful job facilitating, as well as the Empress Queen Kesheni, as we know, and Dwayne, who is steadying the ship as the captain and admiral that he is. Okay, well, the book does address some of the points that I've been listening to, from Black women's experiences in the NHS to FGM. It covers that, but it also covers some of our more amazing achievements as well, from the woman who's delivered the future heir to the throne, Jackie Dunkley Bent, who's delivered the two children, or the first two children of William and Kate, to our historical nurses, both Annie Brewster, of course, Mary Seacle's often well vaunted as this Kesheni with her opening salvo, but there was somebody before her, you know. And first of all, we should always remember Mary learnt from her mother. Mary learnt from her mother, who was a botanist, a herbicist, and a traditional medicine woman. So, but there was someone even before them, and that was a lady called Cuba Cornwallis, who came to the aid of Horatio Nelson when he was, when he was trying to scour the seas for Queen and Country, or King and Country, whoever it was on the throne, and she saved his life and changed the course of history. So this wonderful book, which I've showed you, I can't show you enough. Here it is, Nursing a Nation. A beautiful and apt title. And it's wonderful that we should get the accounts of some of the women on the platform today who have spoken, who are in the book. And it's an honor to listen to these stories. So I'm going to take some questions, because I've sadly got another platform to go to. We did the double booking, but I'm really enjoying what I'm hearing. It's amazing, Auntie Jean. You are a phenomenon. You truly are.
Brother Jack, the first question I'd like to put to you, no doubt our guests and esteemed colleagues here would like to know is, where can people or persons get hold of the book, and what sort of price and structure we're talking about, please?
Perfect. So the book was a wonderful team effort, it must be said. I believe someone on the platform, the wonderful Blossom Jackson, I hope you'll be speaking to her soon, because she made a wonderful contribution early doors, and her spirit hovers over this book because she's a wonderful example of the nurses that are being heralded. We have Shrinking Violet, who will be a superstar because her name is Miranda Pine, and she edited this child. She was the matron. She was the matron that delivered this. In fact, she was the midwife, wasn't she? She was the midwife. Kesheni was probably the matron. And I've got all these wonderful metaphors of people who've been involved. Sorry, what was the question? Where can you get it? So you can get it. It's going to be published on the 2nd of February. We are going to publicly launch it. That means give it a christening, the christen to the house. We're going to give it a blessing on the 10th of September, the same day that we install and unveil the memorial. So there's something quite supernatural happening with this project, which is the birth of the project. In essence, we are in labor now as we speak. It's important that we use these matriarchal analogies, because the project actually is born on the 10th of September, and nothing will be the same again. It's a stunning, beautiful piece of architecture, and it references Black women, the majesty and selflessness and nurturing of these wonderful women, many who are on this platform, who had to go for a lot, endured a lot, just to make a sacrifice, just to nurse a nation. Amazing. The brothers were able to vent their frustration by going to war and kind of lick shut upon the enemy. The sisters were the nurturers, the sucklers, the nourishers, who had to take the abuse, but through that they changed the perception of Black women. Yeah.
And what sort of pricing structure, Jack? I know there's different pricing structure.
Is that a code for I'm waffling on? Okay. The pricing structure, you're very subtle. The pricing structure is $29.99, and it's coming in paperback and hardback. And I'm telling you, when you see it, you will see. By the way, everybody who has contributed to the anthology is going to get a free copy. So everybody who's in this platform who's contributed with articles will get a free copy of the book. And there is a hardback, which is $49.99, but that's going to come out later in the year.
Brilliant. There you are, everyone. So yeah, we're fast approaching many birthdays, many occasions. Christmas is just around the corner. Those special occasions, go and get it. Essentially, there's a lot of historical and important information, history that's in the making in that book. Thank you so much, Jack. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Peace and
Right.
love.
So yeah, as Jack has just kind of alluded to, we'd like to now introduce an amazing lady, Blossom Jackson. Blossom Jackson, I've had the privilege of meeting her, spending some time with her, listening to her story in a very intimate environment. You know, she's a nurse, an author, and also a publisher. Blossom, if you'd like to unmute yourself and share with us, please. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening. Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
First of all, good evening to Auntie Jean, Kesheni, Jack. I've heard some of the names, but not met most of you. That testify to my great age. At 85, I did start nursing in 1954.
You don't look it at all.
And I thank God that I'm still around, and I still consider that I'm still firing on all cylinders. For that, I'm most grateful. Of course, I met Jack in the 90s when he published he first published his game, Nubian Jack, and later on went on to write his book. And I'd quite forgotten that we had consulted on that until he reminded me that he had given me some acknowledgement. And then he did not know that I was a nurse, and first found out about that last year when I did a tribute to Dame Jocelyn Bars, whom I had known since the 70s when she taught on my course in the London Borough of Camden, when I was course tutor to the modular system of training in the community for nurses from UCH, Royal Free, and Elizabeth Garrett Anderson.
Blossom,
So
Blossom, let me just say, because of time, you've got an amazing array of achievements in your background, but you were in fact the very first Black health visitor.
Not the first Black health visitor, as the
But at least
first
the leader.
Black health visitor to be the first United Kingdom Central Council officer, health visiting officer and professional advisor. And it is now the Nursing and Midwifery Council.
Right.
It is
So
the
just tell us a
regulatory
little-
body for
Yes.
nursing. And I was appointed in 1990 to 1992, having left Oxford Brookes, well, it's now university, but it was a polytechnic there, where I was the first Black principal lecturer. And from there, I was appointed as health visiting officer.
So health visiting as a profession, as an activity that we, again, as women, Black women in particular, I'm sure there are men who also do it. You've been at the forefront of it. What has that been like? Obviously, you've had not just you visited everybody. What is
Yes.
that journey like? What is that for you with Black patients and non-Black patients and so on?
It's strange. I think Cheryl is a qualified health visitor. I picked that up earlier. The person who did sickle cell anemia, is that right?
I'm not sure that she mentioned it, yes.
Is she gone somewhere? You all know that health visitors are family visitors that looks after the family from the cradle to the grave. And health visitors are all qualified nurses. Some of us have done midwifery. In my case, I did part 1 midwifery. And before that, I did ophthalmic nursing and so on. So I think health visitors were the first group of students who were trained in higher education long before the degree in nursing, covering academic subjects other than nursing, like social policy, sociology, psychology in great depth, so that you could enable and empower families to look after their health from the cradle to the grave. So when I qualified in 1964 after training at Chiswick Polytechnic, which is now West London University, I had a caseload of 500 families and 65 old people with responsibilities for a number of schools. And then from there, I decided that I wanted to do health education, was trained and was one of the first health visitors in Ealing to teach health education in schools. And when I hear earlier, somebody was saying that we need to train women to look after their health, it saddens me that we are still saying that in 2021, because in 64, I had produced a curriculum for teaching health education in school, in Camden schools, from primary to secondary school. And I would have thought that would be a logical consequence of enabling women to understand about their bodies and how to look after their health and how to access health. So it saddens me, and it seems to me that we shouldn't be talking about that now. As far as sickle cell anemia was concerned, we were talking about that in the 60s, educating people, because as you know, the other disease, blood disease at that time that affected women, special women, were thalassemia that affected the people from the Middle East and so on, blood conditions. And it saddens me that there's still so much ignorance, and you had to fight for it, for the care of that should be given to women. It's amazing that so many of you, and I've dipped into listening to some of what previous speakers have said, I've encountered such racism. Can I say I did not encounter any racism among patients or even tutors? It was roughly, I roughly allude to the fact that at Addenbrooke's, where I did my, Addenbrooke's in Cambridge, where I did my training, one sister did say to me, aren't you lucky to be trained here? And that was the first time I saw semblance of that, because the majority of my patients were white. I nursed very few black people. And in fact, when I did my training, I was among the first 6 nurses who were trained at Moorfields, among the first Black nurses that were trained at Addenbrooke's. I didn't take this lightly. I didn't think this was difficult in other way, but I have to say to you that the majority of the patients that I have nursed or been a health visitor, and clients that I've been a health visitor to, the majority were white. I had on my caseload, I had 2 Black families in Ealing, 1 Asian family, 1 Black family. And I didn't meet any prejudice. So we seem to have gone in a peculiar way with the racism that some of the people who came after me have encountered. 99% of my students in basic nurse education, in health visiting, in social work and allied courses were white. And I didn't treat them any differently. But I did look out for the students who I thought were encountering some prejudice, and I would give them extra tutorial and lift them up so that they can be as good as they can be, not better than anybody else, but that they could excel. And I'm pleased that some of my past students still talk about me as role models, as their role model, although I didn't set out to be one. I just wanted my students to be better than me if they were able to, so they too can be role models for others.
That's wonderful, Blossom. That's a really good overview of an experience of years that we most of us would not be aware of, and the things that you encountered. And I think health visiting is obviously a very different space to nurse someone, perhaps in their home, than in a hospital. So that's really wonderful. Because of time, we're going to move on, but you may be able to come in a bit later. I'll hand over to you, Dwayne.
Yes, sis. Thank you so much, Mom. It's very good to see and hearing from you again. So look, as we said, we're going to move on. I'd like to now just introduce our next speaker, which is Norma Fagbue. If you just like to unmute, please. What I'm going to ask you to do, Norma, if you don't mind, is just introduce yourself, just briefly introduce yourself and just share with us. But in the meantime, I'd like to encourage all persons on the line to just, if you've got a question, forward those in the chat, and we'll pick those up and just share them with the actual speakers. Thank you. Norma, if you're there, if you just like to unmute, please. Just briefly introduce yourself and share with us in terms of your journey. Norma, are you there? If you'd like to unmute, please.
Can you see her there?
Yeah, I can see Norma. Yeah, but not sure if she's perhaps having some technical challenges. Right, has anyone got any question for Blossom, or otherwise?
I think Michelle originally had a question. Perhaps Michelle could bring that in.
Yeah, Michelle, great, thank you.
Thank you, but that question was for Joy, actually. So, is Joy still there? Is it okay if I ask the question to Joy?
Absolutely,
Yes,
absolutely.
thank you. So 2 things, if I can remember what they are now. Joy, in terms of the FGM, I just wondered, do we have a sense of what is the proportion of people who've undergone FGM who then develop chronic problems due to the FGM? And attached to that question, the only reason I'm asking is to have a sense of the burden of illness that results from FGM. Only because I thought that there was a young person who made a comment about, being told that actually I'm quite happy with what's done.
Yeah.
And in fact, looking back, I remember some West African people that I knew who were also taking that position. Yeah, that's my culture. I don't have an issue, and yes, I'll do it to my daughter. I mean, that was what it was back in the day.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, and I don't want to be controversial here, because what I want to have a sense of, what is the burden of disease or illness, that then results from FGM? And is this view of ours then not some westernized way of thinking that we're trying to impose on other cultures? If other cultures have lived with it for so long, without problems on a majority, in terms of the majority. I'm not in agreement with FGM. I'm just trying to give that other perspective, okay? And then the second question is, what is the uptake for women with FGM accessing antenatal services, because I imagine maybe that might be a factor for them not coming forward for antenatal because they are scared of being, judged or feel it's my culture or blah, blah, blah. They don't want the interference. Yeah.
Very good question. What is happening here in the UK now with regards to FGM and a lot of the non-government organizations? For example, in Islington, you've got the Manor Gardens Advocacy Center. They actually arrange for awareness training for the different ethnic groups in the borough. So it might be, because I've actually done training for them, the Somali group, so they'll have men, women, they arrange for them to have a creche for the children to ensure they attend the sessions so that they learn. It's an awareness so that they learn. So it would be Somali groups, Eritrean groups, Sudanese groups, because they're all different cultures and they do different types of cutting.
Right.
And it's just giving them the awareness so that if they become pregnant and they access maternity care, they're halfway there already, because they understand that there would be a problem in terms of their FGM, and then we can refer them further to whatever the intervention might be. It might be just counseling so that they can have a safe space to talk about what has happened to them maybe 25 years earlier, 25 years earlier. So that happens. We can referred into the Whittington, because mainly that's where I've worked. And I actually did the defibrillation procedure for them. And it becomes a word of mouth. So because they're happy with the care, they will go on to bring friends and other family members to access the service and also get a different perspective, of their bodily integrity because of the care that we have offered them, and they have accepted it. That's how it works.
So I understand that. I understand that that's what you want. That's what we do in terms of raising awareness, because from our perspective, FGM is not, I don't know what the right, it's not right. Okay. So from our Western perspective, women's rights and all of that stuff, it isn't right. But I'm just saying, coming from another culture where it is practiced, is it that we are imposing our Western view of how it should be? Well, because the question is, how much does this affect women in terms of their health when they have had FGM? Is that, I mean, what's the proportion? Is it 10% of women go on to have gynecological issues related to the FGM? Is it 50%? Is it 60%? Is it just 2%? Because if it's 2%, why are we?
It depends on the gynecological problem, because if it is that they've had any type of problem with that FGM, and the reason why we want to improve their lives and well-being, a lot of those women, they marry, they end up with FGM is linked to domestic abuse and forced marriage. And in the terms of domestic abuse, you may not know because the women don't talk about it. They're abused because their husbands are uncomfortable with them in the bedroom because they may cry out with pain, etc.
Right.
And that's where it starts.
Okay, so I guess let me hone down the question a little bit then. What I'm trying to ascertain is, okay, I can ask it a different way. How many women that you've come across through your clinic or otherwise who regret that this was done to them?
All of them.
All of them. But you also did mention, and I've also heard people say, no, I'm quite happy that it happened to me. I'm okay with it.
They're saying they're happy, but they didn't understand the implications and consequences of what they've had. A lot of them will say, oh, I've never had a problem, or whatever reason, but you've had 3 cesarean sections because you refused, You refuse any intervention. So you've put yourself and your baby even at higher risk. And later on, you will complain and say, I wanted 6 children, but the obstetrician told me I could only have 3 because I've already had 3 incisions in my abdomen into my uterus. And the more babies you have after having cesarean section, the likely higher risk that your uterus will rupture. That's fact, that's research.
Yeah, I
But
know,
it doesn't mean
I'm not disputing that. I'm just trying to get to the root of,
a lot
there are,
of women have problems. And until they've had,
from a gynecological perspective, not even from pregnancy, from maternity. I'm not even talking maternity, I'm talking gynecological.
Well, in terms of gynae, I was only a midwife. I've not done a lot of work with gynae, although we had a link consultant to our clinic, But the thing is, we are the ones who would have had to refer women with gynecological problems to her. And a lot of women, it's not only about the FGM, it's about the dermoid cysts and different complications that they don't speak about until they're examined. So unless they're pregnant or develop a gynecological problem, they never access services. So it's difficult for me to give you an honest view about every woman. I can only speak about the women that I would have seen and had intervention with during the course of my time working within health.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Very interesting discussion. It's fine. I can see Mom Blossom, you've got your hands up. Would you like to comment on that, please?
Yes, it's an interesting point Michelle is making, the cultural aspects, knowing that from those countries, it's a patriarchal society where the women are subservient to the women as what's happening what is happening in Europe at the moment with the problem with those women who are now deprived of education and so on. But can I explain something? It's also the risk to the child. And I, as a student nurse, I still remember at Moorfields, this child had come in where the midwifery was, and they were from wealthy families. The child was from a wealthy family. But during labor, because of the scar tissue, this, and I make no bones about it, how precarious it could be. During the labor, the child had lost its nose and its eyelids. I mean, this is what happens because of the scar tissue that affected the child during passage through the birth canal. And then I didn't know what it was all about because there wasn't a big thing about it. All I knew that the child had come in for plastic surgery. So it is simply horrendous. And I think, I don't know how you get over these cultural factors in those things, but it's not just the damage to the woman, but the damage to the child, the unborn child, or the child during the passage of birth.
And to men as well. We don't hear a lot of from the men and husbands, but they're affected psychologically also. Okay, and what we want to encourage is men are agents of change, and we need to have conversations with men and boys because women are always blamed. It's the women who do the cutting in most cases, but we need to continue to have conversations with men and boys, because the young men will grow up and marry a woman who maybe have experienced FGM, and what is going to happen as a result? Abuse. They will leave and go and have relationships outside. That's just a little bit of the problem. That's just very minute bit of the problem. We want to have, we as professionals, we all have cultures, cultural practices. What we need to encourage, continue to practice lovely weddings, christenings, engagements, whatever, barbecues, whatever. But anything that causes harm to anybody, whether it's boys, girls, whatever, those are the conversations that we should have in trying to change the mindset, because when FGM is carried out on girls, it's done because the parents love them. And one of the reasons given behind cutting the girls and stitching them up is so that they remain virgins for the man. Okay, and what it proves is that they've never had intercourse or slept around before they've been married. Is that the type of environment that we want to live in for our men and women? We need education is the key, because if we educate our girls on safe sex, what you do when you become puberty, why puberty happens, etc. We shouldn't have to cut and remove parts of their genitalia to protect them from having intercourse early or before marriage. This is just my opinion, and these are the things that I talk to women about when we do workshops. We don't have to cut and take parts away. Children bleed, they die, they've got emotional, psychological, psychosexual problem. The impact of FGM is enormous on the lives of women and girls. And unless they've accessed services, none of us will ever know. Nobody will know. It's only, I'm only talking about, and I said during my talk, 137,000 women in England and Wales. And that research was done by City University and Equality Now in 2014. It's women that have actually accessed services. What about the women that have never come forward?
Thank you so much, Joy, for sharing. Thank you for your contribution, Michelle, and Mom Blossom. Thank you so much. This is such an important topic, emotive topic. And the key that's coming out of this is continued conversation and education, but not just education for women or girls, I'm hearing, also for boys and women. And boys and men, importantly, got to be the champions to obviously influence the change moving forward. So thank you so much. I've actually taken away a lot from this conversation, honestly speaking. I've heard small bits about FGM, but today, certainly I've been educated. So we're going to move on quickly, as I say. I can see Cheryl Gregory's hand up. I'm just going to bring in quickly, if you can make your point quickly. And then we're going to move to Jackie to introduce our next speaker, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. The question I was going to ask was around education of the men, and Joy has answered it very fully. Only quickly, Joy, is that, you know, when you're talking to the women about you know, in the initial antenatal period,
yes,
are the men involved? Because I'm conscious that they're going to go back home, they're going to go back in the community. Are they going to be rejected? How likely is it for domestic violence, you know, to continue or even increase when that has happened?
I think things are changing, and I'm talking about those young people under 35 years old. They're the ones that have brought about a lot of change in this country, because they were willing to speak out. They were willing to be identified as survivor of FGM, and their husbands and partners accompany them when they come to clinics like any other culture, so that they can listen to the conversations and ask the right questions. We've got to encourage our men and women. When your wife is going to hospital, she's pregnant, she didn't become pregnant by herself. relationships are between two people. And if she's going to see a specialist or anybody within health and care, as long as you are free, you should go and accompany her so that you can listen to the conversations and ask any questions that you're worried about. So that's the way that we are going with this. For all the women, they're more embarrassed. Young people are not embarrassed about their bodies. As I said, the under 35 from practicing community, they come out, they talk about it, they choose what intervention they want to have, when they want to have it, who they should bring when they're coming. So things are getting better. There's been a law in this country since 1985, prohibition of female genital mutilation. That law was amended on 2 occasions. We now have the Serious Crime Act. In 2019, after 1985, we've had the first conviction for FGM here in England. Hospital in East London, young child taken into the casualty department, bleeding profusely from her genitalia. Mother said she climbed up a cupboard and fell and sustained an injury in that area. Doctor at the hospital categorically stated that it was a clear incision in which the child has been cut and bled. Now, for me as a professional, and I think for you also that's listening, had that child not bleed and had to be admitted into a hospital emergency, nobody would have known that that 3-year-old girl suffered, FGM here in the UK. How many more 3-year-old girls and younger have experienced FGM, but because there was no need for care within the health service, they've healed, they're going about their business as normal, and it's not so. So the Serious Crime Act introduced mandatory reporting now. So any girl, which means any female under the age of 18, must be reported to the police. It doesn't mean that they will turn up at the house and take the child, young person away. They're gathering information to find out where it happened, why it has happened. And they've also introduced for those young people now, lifetime of anonymity, which means they can give evidence against the person who cut them so that we can gather information about what's happening here in the UK. Having legislation is a great service, but we want legislation to be the last thing on the list. We want to work towards prevention and safeguarding girls.
Thank you so much. Jackie, would you like to come in now, please, and introduce Paulette Lewis, MD?
Dwayne, thank you very much, Dwayne, for that. Just one quick question to Joy, because I've been waiting just a little while.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay, Joy. Just because I'm aware that there could be some people that's on the platform that's actually gone through this experience. So can you just tell me quickly, very quickly, is there anywhere that someone can actually receive support? Because although it's happening to communities, it also happens to
Islington, the Manor Gardens advocate offers, but in fact, they work with a counseling service called the Dahlia Project, and anybody can refer into the Dahlia Project. Online, it's got the website and it's got forms, so anybody within any borough can refer into that project. And they offer women survivors of FGM counseling, whether it's one-to-one, in a group or whatever. An assessment has to be made, and the woman choose what and how she wants the counseling.
Thank you so much for that, Joy, because I think that's quite important that we know that support is actually out there for people. Thank you very, very much for your time and your contribution. Much appreciated.
Well, I didn't.
We're going to go on to now Paulette Lewis, if she's actually there. Paulette Lewis. Dwayne, is Paulette there?
Yes, I can see Paulette. Paulette, would you like to just unmute, please?
Paulette?
I literally saw Paulette literally a few seconds ago, unless she's dropped off.
I can't see her.
She dropped
Do
off.
you want to see if you can
Might have
try
dropped off.
Norma?
Should we just continue because of time?
Yeah.
We'll probably
Okay,
pick up with Paulette shortly after.
Norma, are you there now?
I have sent her a message to unmute, but and funny enough, Norma's one of our regulars.
She is, yes. I
Well,
introduced her, Auntie Jean. I introduced her to your platform. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
But we may be able to, because is she there? Because otherwise we could just.
But she's there, but you might as well move on because I've
yeah,
said
yeah, that's right.
unmute, but she hasn't yet. So
okay.
I think
She's probably not ready. Probably not ready to speak. So she'll just move on then.
Yeah.
I think it would be really at this point really good to bring in Dr.
Joan Myers.
Vivian.
Oh,
Was Joan Myers here?
because we've got Joan Myers next on the.
Is Joan here? I haven't seen her here.
Is Joan Myers not there?
No, I don't think she's
I haven't
here,
seen. I haven't seen her.
Yeah. But Dr. Vivian has been with us from the start, so she's
Right.
been very
Okay.
patient.
So
Dr.
then, just over
Vivian,
to
are
you
you
then.
here?
Just over to you then, Kesheni.
Dr. Vivian, are you here? Dr. Vivian Life-Fasise? I know I saw you earlier. You were here at the very start.
I'm here.
Oh, fantastic. Please, would you join us? Thank you so much. I'm going to leave you to really introduce yourself and let us know what is happening to you. And in a sense, your experience is about more the structures, the management, those aspects of the NHS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to say thank you to yourself and Auntie Jean for giving me this opportunity tonight, because I'm not a nurse or a midwife, although I'm really pleased to be amongst you today, just to share my experience as well as somebody who's worked for the NHS for 34 years. 31 of those years I worked as a clinical biochemist, and the last 3 years I worked in senior management. I was the first person in my family to go to university. In 1980, I came to Brighton to go to Sussex University to study biochemistry. And at the end of my 3 years, I knew I wanted to go into clinical biochemistry. And I did a 2-year MSc course and then did a placement at a hospital in Brighton. And then after I finished my MSc, I got a job at the hospital in Brighton. So I've now lived in Brighton. October coming will be 41 years. I can only describe it as being very blessed to have been in an environment whereby I was one of 2 black people in the biochemistry department. And I was the only female biochemist. There were 11 biochemists, 10 men and myself. And I had every opportunity given to me. No barriers. I didn't want to do a PhD. Had my PhD before I was 30. I said to my manager, after my MSc, I was done with studying. And he actually said to me that I had 4 years with which to get my PhD done because he was retiring. Later on, I went on to do an MBA in health services management. And all the time that I worked in the NHS as a professional in my substantive role, I didn't experience racism. The racism came when, after the death of Stephen Lawrence, and we had the Macpherson report, the Macpherson report talked about institutional racism, not only in the police, institutional racism in the public sector. And it was a Department of Health initiative to set up Black and minority ethnic networks in the NHS, because the whole initiative was to have an engagement between management, and the Black and minority ethnic staff to address the institutional racism. But of course, they weren't serious about addressing this as an issue. It was just no more than a tick box exercise. But that was my introduction to actually getting involved with addressing the issue of race equality in the NHS. And I became the first chair of the Black and Minority Ethnic Network in Brighton. It is, ladies and gentlemen, as a result of myself and others that were part of the Black and Minority Ethnic Network challenging the institutional racism in the NHS that I became a target as a Black woman. In fact, when I got involved in the Black and Minority Ethnic Network, the only advice my consultant biochemist gave me, he came to my office and he said, Vivian, you've just won the national competition for the Young Biochemist of the Year. And we want to see you not only as the first female president of the Association of Clinical Biochemists, we want to see you as the first Black person to hold that position. But I'm a Christian, and just before I got involved in the BME network, 2 Ghanaian nurses were sent to my department by their white manager because they had been recruited to come and work for the hospital, and they were having a hard time. And their manager said to them, I know a Black woman working in the biochemistry department. She has a very senior role. And I couldn't actually believe what they were telling me about the racism that they had been subjected to. So I went, spoke to the HR department, and before I got back to the biochemistry department, HR had phoned my manager and in very simple terms, basically told me to mind my own business. It is a long story, and I know that you're really pushed for time tonight. So all I'm going to say is, as a result of getting involved in the Black and Minority Ethnic Network at the local level in Brighton, at the regional level, and now I'm the chair of the national NHS BME network, I became a targeted Black woman in the NHS. Now, people talk about Roger Klein's Snowy White Peaks in 2014, talking about the disadvantages that Black and minority ethnic staff are subjected to as employees of the NHS, in the sense that they're more likely to be disciplined, they're less likely to be promoted. We're overrepresented at the lower pay bands, underrepresented at the higher pay bands. His report was not the first report, and I'm not here, I'm not on an ego trip. I published that data in 2008, was on Channel 4 News, got the front cover of the Health Service Journal, got the centre spread. The Health Service Journal then took my template and actually did an analysis of the then 232 NHS trusts and got exactly the same picture. If you're a Black and minority ethnic person working in the NHS, you are disadvantaged in many ways. So we're not talking about feeling and emotions. We're not saying because of what somebody said to me or because a conversation that took place. When we're dealing with challenging the system about institutional racism, we must come at it based on evidence. Over the years, I've won a number of employment tribunal claims for racism, whereby employment tribunals have found that my employers had discriminated against me on the grounds of my race. This has now led me, a long story, but it's led me that today I have submitted a claim before the European Court of Human Rights. I'm represented by an international lawyer based in Eastern Europe about the racism within the judiciary when I brought my claims to the judiciary concerning the racism that resulted in my unfair dismissal in 2017. So tonight, I say thank you again to Auntie June for allowing me to come on, because I'm asking for your support. I have, for the first time, set up a website which tells my story in full. My website is www.justice justiceforvivian.org. And Vivian is spelled V for Victor, I for India, V for Victor, I for India, E for Echo, N for November, N for November, E for Echo. www.justiceforvivian.org. And as part of that website, you have an opportunity to donate, to my crowdfund appeal, Just Giving. And I've explained on my website that I'm asking for donations, no matter how small, donations to go towards my legal fees. My fight for justice, because of what's happened along the way with the judiciary, isn't just about me. You'll read my story. It isn't just about me. The judiciary has disadvantaged. We know from the Lammy report, if you're a young Black man coming up against the courts, you're more likely to receive a harsher sentence than a white young man for the same crime. So it is a tall order, and I'm asking you as the Black community to stand with me. A lot of people in the NHS being me say to me, they're too frightened. We've got to come to a day and age where we're frightened to stand up for our own rights. Today, I'll end with this. I do a Friday message to the network as the chair of the NHS BME network. Yesterday, the Health Service Journal published an article that said that 50 medical consultants have written a letter to their chief exec in the Midlands, asking their chief exec for protection because of the bullying and harassment that they are receiving on their grounds of their race. It's 2021. We need to stand and challenge the system professionally, based on evidence. I do not stand alone. That I've heard the heroes today that have, worked in the NHS, achieved, got promoted, looked out for your own against the odds, even when your own was against you. But whatever happens, we must always stand united. It is the only way in which we're going to be able to defeat the system. And I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, tonight to stand with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vivian. Thank you so much. I mean, challenging the judiciary, that's just the heart of the law that determines the law on this land. And what you're doing, I applaud you. So really, this is the way of us obviously rewriting the narrative in relation to the law within the United Kingdom that determines things you're talking about, stopping the proportionate of Black men going to prison or being done injustice within this country, Black women across the country. So for those of you on the call tonight, the judiciary is the heart of what determines the law. So what Dr. Vivian is actually doing, she's absolutely right. It is not just for her, it's for all of us, it's for us, it's for our kids, it's for kids' children, and so on and so on. So thank you so much for doing that. At this time, I'd like to now introduce Jackie so that she can bring in Paulette Lewis, MBE, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Unfortunately, Paulette had to leave. This is what I was going to say.
Is it Paulette Lewis?
Has she come back now? Because I just contacted her.
She's come back in.
She's back now. Yeah. Fantastic. Because I just rang her. Thank you, Auntie Jean. Thank you. And Vivian, thank you. Thank you. Paulette, are you there? Paulette?
Just ask her to unmute.
Thank you.
She's not responding. Oh, yeah,
I'm having a bit of problem with my system.
Okay.
So that's why I thought we were going to leave it till another time. Jackie?
Are you there? Paulette, you're actually on now. Do you want to say something very, very quickly? Just how you found the show today?
It was very informative. I think there were many discussions. So I really found it very interesting. But some very key topics were discussed today. So yes, I really enjoyed it. So we'll just have to wait for another time for me to speak. I would have liked more time on some of the topics because they were really very stimulating to have.
Yeah.
I think it would be good to have further debates. I think the one around the FGM was really one that we need further discussion because there are very many complications around FGM, and especially around health, having babies and seeing some things that have happened. So it would have been good to have a much further in-depth discussion in some of the topics which we had today. But I think it was very interesting and informative. And we'll pick up at the next one, Jackie. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Paulette. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
If you don't mind, if you don't mind, Auntie Jean, if we can kind of steal another kind of 5 or 6 minutes.
Yes, that's
it'd be
fine.
really great, Paulette, if in regards to what Dr. Vivian has raised about the structure and the management aspects of the NHS, this is something that you've had senior leadership in, and I know you would have faced a mountain of brick walls. I remember you mentioned these things when we first spoke about this on the 5th of July, and Jackie has really, you know, didn't get quite a chance to bring out that much more about it, but we've heard the kind of the visiting, the midwifery, but it's really the internal structure, isn't it, of the NHS?
Yes,
that is, you know.
Very briefly, I would say I've been in NHS for, as I said, for a very long time. I think I've spoken before, and yes, navigating your way through the system is very difficult, and some of us do actually get to the positions of senior management as myself. And I have said when I became executive director of nursing, I was only 3% of a BME person who reached that position at that time. And you'd have expected over the years that that would have increased drastically, and it hasn't. But I think one of the issues we have is that things are not really improving, because I think we need more education and much more around our structures. I sit as a non-exec director at the moment, and one of the things I really do challenge our board about is not just about lip service, but making a difference about the policies which we have, especially around equality, diversity, and inclusion. And there is much to be done in our organization when we look at the managers. Most of the issues we have within most of the organization are the managers, you know, senior managers, first line managers. And although the board might have policies and procedures, I don't think they're being filtered and really taken on board. And I think we need to be in it to change it. I think we work too much in silos. One of the things that I'm working with and challenging our BME forums within the organizations, I've been looking at some in mine as well. We're not talking together, we're talking in silos. And for me, it's about how do we work with to educate and to have those open and transparent discussions. Because although the forums are very important in terms of having those discussions, I think a number of our managers and our counterparts that are there needs to be sitting with the table and talking to us about it. And that's some of the things that I've been talking around roundtable meetings with the NMC and other bodies about the discrimination, the number of complaints that go to the NMC. I was at a meeting the other day discussing this. And we have to sit around the table and really look at the systems that are in place. But if we are not there to actually educate and highlight, put your head above the parapet, I don't think things will change. So it's one of those topics which, you know, is disheartening when you still talk about 15, 20 years ago, where we still are in terms of senior management and leadership. But what we do have at the moment is we're talking about maternity services. Our most senior midwife, which they've created this post, is Jackie Duntley-Bent. And she is a chief midwifery officer. And that is a significant change in terms of looking at the issues we have around maternity care and the impact that's happening on Black and minority ethnic women. So we are getting little breakthrough in different areas, but it's not enough. So we need to continue to look at maternity services and women. But the point that Hannah raised earlier, Hannah and I worked together, used to manage that area where Hannah was in. It's about us as well as a group of people. Sometimes we also have to be there to support each other. And sometimes we need to put a hand out more and pull up our own. We need to be much more supportive of each other. As a Black senior person coming through the ranks, there are times when you really do feel, are we together? And probably if we become more together, not just as West Indians or Africans or whatever, we need to come together as a group of people, a group of Black people coming to this country. We're fragmented. And because we're fragmented at times, we do not have a strong enough voice to address the issues that we need to address. And again, I was at another meeting this week where I was asking, we need to come together. All the diaspora organizations, if we stay in silos, we're not strong enough for what is actually happening. And some of the issues we need to come together. It doesn't mean that we can't have our own organization or your own views, but some of these pertinent issues, we do need to come together with a force. I know Dr. Vivian, she might not remember me from Brighton years ago. We used to go to her meetings and she's gone through a lot over the many years, but that is still going on from 2008, 2009. And why is that happening? Probably we're not focusing together on the key issues that we need to address. So I think there's something about collaboration, working together, being in it to change it, and being more supportive of each other as a group of people. And I think that's really very important. And if we're to change things, then let us not just talk about it, because we do a lot of talking at times, but when it actually comes to action, the action isn't there. So those are just some of the things I would say, picking up from the discussions we had tonight, but it was very interesting. Thank you.
Paulette, can I just ask a quick question? One of the issues why people fail to support each other within the organisation is because they feel threatened by their job security. Do you think? Can you relate to that? And sometimes people are meeting other colleagues in secret because they can't be seen to be supporting each other.
Possibly, in my experience, I wouldn't say that is the key issue. I think sometimes it depends what type of support we're talking about. But if we talk about like what Hannah is talking about, a senior manager, as a Black person going up the ladder and you're managing your own Black staff, sometimes as people to understand, probably we all can't get up the ladder at the same time. We need to celebrate each other's success a bit more. And we also need to understand as you climb the ladder that you try and bring those people along with you. So sometimes, I mean, I've not suffered as much as some people because it depends on you as an individual. Through the ranks that I've been, people always say, oh, you're still the same. It doesn't mean because you become a director or a very senior person, you change your attitude and behavior to those people who are junior. You embrace them, you talk to them, and you try and take them with you. So sometimes it can be difficult because sometimes they just feel, well, why are you there? And they're not there. And it's something we need to talk about. And we have been in discussion where people keep saying there's a white elephant in the room we don't want to talk about. We talk about the snowy white peak, but we also as a group of people need to talk about the elephant in the room, about us as a group of people, how we support each other. And if somebody gets promoted or climbing the ladder, how do we help them along the way? So, you know, so those are some of the things I think, but it is difficult. I think sometimes you do want to support your own within the workplace. And it can be difficult because sometimes they think you're picking on them when you're trying to say probably that types of behavior. One of the things in some of the work we're looking at in international recruitment is about culture and behavior. People coming from other countries and working here. Culture and behavior is different. And it's up to this week, I was talking to a group of nurses from the Caribbean who are here. And they were saying to me, they think people are rude here because they don't answer them when they say good morning. And I'm saying, but the culture here is that that's not it. So there's a reverse in culture, not just us understanding them, but them understanding us. And therefore, how do we embed and understand the culture here? So when people come to this country to work, like myself years ago, we went through quite a lot. People coming here are still experiencing some of those things as well. But there's a culture shift which we need to work as a group to address as well. And people coming in this country to work at the moment, we need them. We need all the nurses coming here. But that's another long topic about international recruitment and ethical issues and how we need to grow our own. That's a totally different topic we'll have to discuss another time. But I think most of the colleagues that I know, and I think some are probably on the line tonight, would do very much about helping our junior staff, but they themselves have to want to be helped as well. Because sometimes you have to put so much in. And I keep saying that to people. I did not get to the positions I've got by just going in and saying, well, I'm waiting for promotion and I didn't get it. How much are you willing to put in? Are you willing to go through the struggles? Are you willing to say, I'm not going to give up? Are you willing to get a mentor? Are you willing to get a coach? Are you willing to go and do the extra courses outside of the times that the NHS is going to give you? Have you got a purpose in what you want? Because sometimes we're waiting, as I said to someone, they're waiting for the trust to give them that or they can't do it. No, what is it you want out of life or what is it you want in your career? So you might have to invest in yourself. You know, as Miss Malone, who was the RCN for RCN says, we as Black people need to say 20% of our salary must be invested in us if we want to go further in life. We can't wait for someone in the hospital to tap you on the shoulder to say, I'm going to invest in you. So we need to be clear in our career development and our purpose. Where do you want to go? How am I going to get there? Who do I speak to? Who are the role models around? And things like that. So I think we can do that together. We can work together to support each other. And I think some of that is happening, but I think we need more of that to happen. And I think a number of our younger generation coming up need to realize that it means investing in yourself, having a purpose, work hard. And it's still, you might not get to that position you want to be. But I think people need to understand not all of us are going to be the chief exec or the director or sitting on the board. But be the best of what you can be at whatever level you are and do the best you can do and hope for the best. But don't give up and find those networks. Sometimes we don't network enough. We sit in our corner. I'll say to people, so why are you not going to coffee or why are you not mixing or can't be bothered with them? So how are you going to learn? How are you going to hear what's going on? Networking is a key sometimes to meeting new people, listening, learning, watching their styles, picking up what's going on. You know, there's just so much that we need to teach each other about. So, you know, I do talent management and coaching. And, you know, when we finish the discussion and they go away and practice some of the things you teach, and they come and say, I see what you mean now. You know, you can't shut yourself away and say, I'm not mixing or I'm not going to sit and have coffee with people. You know, if you're going to fight a war, what do? You go in a corner or do you go to strategize and understand what the field is like out there to go before you go to battle? So and I see Michelle has just put up her book there that she has, which is a very good one to read. We have to have strategies. And we need to work with people who have gone through those experiences to help us to navigate our way through the systems there, because they are difficult and it's not easy. But if you have a hand to hold and someone who can help you along the way, you know, you'll make it. And as I said to the group of nurses the other day, I said, oh, but I don't think we'll ever get to that position. I said, why not? If I did it on other people on this call, I've reached senior levels, you can. But you have to want it as well. And you have to be prepared to go out there and fight for what you want as well. But not on your own. And there's many of us who want to help. And therefore, I'm willing to help. And I know I heard Cheryl on there, heard Michelle on there. I think Annette is on there. There's quite a few people, I think, on there that are really doing fantastic work anyway and helping. So that's a bit of it, Jackie.
No, I'm so brilliant. I'm so pleased that you came back, actually. As you know, I just rang you, and I'm really, really pleased that you came back. So what you've actually had to say was so valuable, and it resonates with a lot of people. Yes, people's got to work hard, but they've also got to work smart. It's not just working hard, you know, and that's the key, because it's not to say that our community don't work hard, which they do. They know about hard work. It's about working smart. But thank you so much, Paulette, for all your contribution and your support. Appreciate it immensely. Thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care now. Thank you.
Right, Jackie.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Jackie and Paulette. That's just some wonderful sentiments there. Hearing working together, not working as silos. Hearing understanding that working smart, because we all work hard. That's just natural within our DNAs to work hard, really. But it's all about now learning to obviously align that and to work smart so that we can actually generate more structure. It's about that within the actual community. And again, when those of us who have the opportunity to obviously rise to the ranks of like senior management directors or whatever, it's also about what I would add to what Pauline said, investing in ourselves also as part of supporting those of us who are at that level to pave the way for others to come through. Because if we fight against each other, all that will happen is that will just stop that growth and that allowance, that opportunity for others looking like us to get to those levels. And the only way others that's coming along can get to those levels is if we support each other and understand it's not easy at that level. Trust me, at senior management level, sometimes it's a lonely place, honestly. So work together, support your managers that looks like you so they can pave the way for you and try and learn from them. That's the key, really. And network, crucial point there from Paul at Lewis MB. Some really great sentiments. But I'm conscious of time. We could go on forever and ever. What I'm going to do now, Auntie Jean, I'm going to bring you in to close this amazing evening off. Absolutely amazing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. But we must bring back in Michelle Johnson, because she was promised to come back in, so I can give some time for Michelle.
Oh, hello. Hi there. Thanks so much, Auntie Jean. And thanks to Dwayne, to Jacqueline. Jacqueline, thank you for inviting me here. I didn't have my hand up to come back in, Auntie Jean, but thank you. And I just want to underline and echo a lot of what, well, in fact, everything that Paulette said and many of the comments made by the previous speakers who were sharing their stories in their coming out of their professional areas and their nursing experience and so on. I'm also from a nursing background, but I currently work, I'm leading on equality, diversity and inclusion at Northwest London Integrated Care System since I started that in March. And it's been a tremendous experience so far. But I just want to encourage everyone to just keep going. I think what is key is that you have to have a plan for yourself. Purpose, Paulette mentioned purpose. Find your purpose, and your purpose is your career. It's not your job. So that's the other thing, is about seeing things much more broadly than this job. Your purpose is your career. You have to be clear defining what it is you want to achieve in your career, and then working on that. And in fact, once you have that worked out and you have a plan, you find that working that plan keeps you from so many difficulties, because in fact, you can decide what to prioritize and what not to prioritize in terms of what's going on in your environment, what battles to fight. You see, if you have a plan, you will be able to choose your battles more effectively and let some things go, let some things slide, because you are focused on your plan, you're focused on your purpose for being where you are. Where you are is not the place that you have to retire in. Where you are, the reason you are there is actually to develop your skills so that you can reach for the next level. You become more experienced, more skillful, more knowledgeable, more expert in your field, in your area where you are, for the sake of moving up to the next level. So, there's so many other points that I can make around that. But again, I wasn't really invited here to speak, so I don't want to take the time. And thanks for Auntie Jean for just giving me this slot. but we're all capable, we all have ability, we all have talents, we all have professional experience, and we need to use those, leverage all of those really to get to where we need to go. The thing that I think perhaps is missing for many of the people that I coach or get involved with around professional development is the political skill, the political knowledge, the political awareness. And as Black people, perhaps that is where I think most times we fall down, is that we just do not develop our sense of political awareness or political skill. It's all about the relationships. When you get to a level, or when you want to get to a level, it is the relationships. As a Black person, you need to show the skill, but it's the relationships that will then enable you to get the various jobs that that you aspire to. So it's just, just be aware of that, basically. And I'll shut up now and hand back to.
Thank you for that. Anyway, I've got to be back in contact with you anyway, because then you've got your books to publish. But I know that Brother Nat, do you still have a question? Because you had your hand raised earlier on. So you still have a question, Brother Nat?
I did. It was more of just to reply back to something that I believe it was our sister Pauline that was speaking previously. And greetings, everyone. Yeah, don't mind the badge, don't look at that. But yes, it was just that you mentioned of connecting BME groups or staff networks within the NHS trusts, and I think it was about 2014 or around that period. When RES was just being developed, the Workforce Race Equality Standards, and we had a group meeting with multiple representatives from different BME staff networks. Out of that, myself and Sister Edith, we proposed that, just as a simple thing, we have a WhatsApp group. That WhatsApp group's been going for some time, so we have actually, although we've not met physically all in the same arena, and even Sister Michelle's in that group, I believe, as well. Is that we've had that group, and it's got multiple representatives of different BME staff networks across the country. So there is just an example of that we've pulled together. It's the next steps of doing some type of action. But that was all really. I could speak on other things, but give thanks for the reason, and it's been good to bring so many people together. That was all.
Okay, thank you. Sister Jacqueline?
Auntie Jane, thank you very much for your time. What I wanted to say, if anyone who's still on the platform, if there's anything that they like, books or support network, that sort of thing, if they can actually put it in the chat and they can actually link with us thereafter, we can actually link you with these associated people for support. In terms of Michelle, thank you for your time, thank you for your contribution. Yes, as someone said, the big elephant in the room is that also there's institutional racism. We cannot ignore that, because as I said again, there is still that glass ceiling, certainly within the NHS. But yes, the key thing is to pull forward, to support each other, to network, and also to reach out to various associations within your own communities. For example, Caribbean Association, Jamaican Association, with Nigerian Association, but to reach out. Don't isolate yourself. I'm talking from experience as well. Don't isolate yourself. To reach out to organisations who can actually support you. But the key thing amongst our community, we have to respect each other, and that is key. So we've got to pull together, and then we can actually move forward. But thank you very much. It's been really inspiring. Thank you everyone who's actually come on the platform. Thank you, Auntie Jane. Thank you, my co-colleagues on this matter. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sister Dr. Vivian, would you like to unmute, last words?
Oh, well, thank you very much for inviting me. It's been a very interesting evening to hear all the stories, to hear the progress that's taking place. and the major achievements that have happened over the many years, yesterday, today, and hopefully in the future. I agree that it is important as Black people that we have a plan, we have a vision for our own lives. But let's not forget, it's not just about us, it's about our community. It's about pulling up those that are coming behind us. And no matter how much we actually are determined to move forward, there will come a time when, if we really want the people that are coming behind us to have a different experience of the NHS, we have to stand up and give account for the institutional, to challenge the institutional racism that exists. So it's been a fantastic evening, and all I can say is, let's keep moving forward. The future can only be brighter if we stand united. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Sister Kesheni.
Thank you so much, Auntie Jean. We've had some leaders tonight on this platform that have opened the way and met the challenges of what it means to have opened that way and have been the developers of this country, the influencers of this country. And the statue that we are installing and unveiling in September is testament to that, is a commemoration, is an acknowledgement of that. Absolutely. There's one thing I'm going to say though, and I'm going to say this: I love you all. The work that you are doing within the system, within the hospitals, and all of those things is fantastic. But I will say this, from what I've heard, the only next action for people of African descent now in this country is to do it ourselves. All of you retired ones, come together. Let's have our own hospital, our own clinic, that when our people walk in, we know exactly. Look at what Dr. Joy, look what the nurse Joy said about the shape of our body and the whole aspect of how we birth, the kind of bed that we go on, how we educate our girl children, our male children, about their body, about the melanin, about their lips, about their nose, about the size of their hips. It isn't going to go on in the NHS. If we haven't learned that in 73 years and before, all we're going to do is keep educating the dirty Babylon. And I will use those words because you gotta call out for what it is. So for me, everything that has said here this evening is evidence that we have to do it ourselves. This is the Garvey platform. This is Garvey Village. He didn't business and run after any hospital anywhere in the US. He had the, what did he have? The nurses, what were they called? The
Black Cross nurses.
The Black Cross nurses.
Yeah.
He had a ship. You understand? So, I mean, your expertise, I mean, Paulette expertise, no wonder she's at MBE. They didn't give her that for nothing. Blossom, the first, and so on. Look at Joy. You could name everybody on this platform. If we could have had the biggest hospital by now, because there's money in our culture, in our community to create that. And if you brought that to us, we would be done. We would be sorted. We would not be dying. Our children would not being induced. And that is what I think is the next best thing. And I absolutely applaud that we have to come out of this silo business. Absolutely. Everybody think they know it in their own little corner and want to run things, and you can't run nothing. You know, I remember the 80s, giving a little bit of money and somebody run with it and gone somewhere. You understand? And now we've got a doctor who's won cases, and has the respect and biochemistry and told to be at the forefront and can't go there. Why do we not have our own biochemist set up that she can walk right into and say, later for Una? And I'm talking like I'm not even Jamaican. Look at that. I'm Trinidad. You understand? And that tells you the influence of all of us on our culture. We cannot go ahead and keep doing this. We're using up our enemy and our energy and educating the ones that don't want us, and they are below who we are. Scientifically, they have a less DNA structure than we do, and they're calling us animal. So that's it for me. That's where I'm coming from. And I feel no way about saying it. The expertise in this platform this evening, wow. Yeah. We have to say wow again.
Yeah,
most definitely.
Experience. And
wow,
you know,
wow.
And we're putting up a statue to them, and the NHS England cannot give us a penny.
Wow.
They refuse. You understand? To put the little £2 to recognize the ones that taught them the grace, the spiritual grace that the nurses and midwives brought to the NHS. Let us not forget that factor. Jackie brought it up about the faith that Marcia was coming from in her work.
Yeah. But Kesheni, remember, they're going to get the accolade. We do the work, they will get the accolade.
Look at that. You see?
Just remember that. Just remember to state that.
And all they can say, let us give you something that looks like us, but you're not really us. And then on the badge of it, you've got a St. Michael treading over the head of a black person. You understand? We've got to get it. We've got to get it. We've got to understand. Get it in our mind. This is our time now. We are in victory. They're already on the way out. We are in victory. Look at Hannah. She can't even, her expertise was scorned by her own people. What is that mindset? You know what? It's generational. This is what happened in the enslavement era. And this is what we came out of the enslavement era when they told us the trade in slaves was over, because what? We'd already enslaved our mind and we're still not out. So we've got to get the healing done. Thank you, Auntie Jean. You know me, I could talk on to go on for this. So give thanks, I shall.
No, but that's good. It's good because what comes out is what needs to be heard. So thank you, and thank you, and thank everybody on this platform. And I'm sure I did play a segment. Thank you to Brother Olatunji, because I listened to the Al Kablin had their show on Monday and actually caught the repeat. And they played a segment of a sister, what's her name? Natana Duncan. And she did a talk on the Black Cross nurses, which I played earlier on. And also before that, to commemorate the birthday of Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the Right Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, I must say. His wife, Amy Jakes Garvey, did as I said, it was a video with her talking about her husband from birth to his passing. It was before that. So you will be able to catch up on the repeat, because I did open up earlier and play that before, so you'll be able to catch it up. And I'm sure the NHS got their ideas from the Black Cross nurses. So if you think about it, Marcus Mosiah Garvey was way ahead of his time, and we're still using his black print now.
Indeed.
So yes, and everybody on this platform is a credit. It's a credit.
Auntie Jean, just quickly before we all go, just to say, part of the conversations that we've actually had today, we actually have, probably not to this length, but we actually have on your platform. So yet again, just people who's not used to your platform, can you just tell them a bit about their platform so that they know about it for the future if they want to join your platform, please?
Well, the platform is about sharing. So it highlights everybody who's in the community, who's actually doing something, who's or has done something, who's benefiting the community in any way, or one little way. So basically, it's putting you on a pedestal, highlighting you, let everybody know who you are and what you do. As I said, I'm calling back on Michelle because for her book. So whether you've written a book, whether you, as I said, sent some service in the community for some time, then basically it's about highlighting us people in the community and giving us our gratitude to one another, because we're in our little cubby holes and we don't always know what the person next door is doing or the next person is doing. You pass them on the street and you don't know that that person is at MBE, or as the sister has passed my her name now, but has actually set up the FMG clinic.
Joy.
Yes, yeah, the clinic. So, you know, we've got all these people in our community and they need to be highlighted, and also the work that they're doing needs to be highlighted. And not only that, their work needs to be highlighted, there's other people that needs their services. And this platform is helping to connect people to the services and also highlight the people who are actually doing something. So there's this platform, and there's also the Auntie Jean's African Culture Market, which started this platform. So, so thank you. Thank you.
And it's an awareness raising platform. You want to reach a community, and you want a space in which to reach a community. This is what these two platforms also offer. So as Paulette raised, further discussion about FGM, about the midwifery and all of these things, this is where it starts.
And we have to have a part 2, because I said we've only just scratched the surface. We didn't even dig an inch into what we need to find out about the works and experiences of all of our heroes that's been on this platform. So we have to have a part 2 so we can go a bit in depth in each subject and each topic. So it'd probably be a part 2, part 3, part 4, etc. Because we need to know what was going on. We need to know how we can help as well. We need to know how we can support. And we're not going to know that if we don't know anything. So thank you. Thank you, everybody. Sister Patricia, is there anything? I see you got your hand raised. I just had to ask you, but you got your hand raised. So
just to add that, you know, people have made reference to the need for education, and the Garvey Village is a platform that is promoting you know, education of different in different areas in terms of topic that we cover different things: health, education, employment, you know, generating income, etc. And we are looking for sponsors. Basically, we want sponsorship of the Garvey Village in order to be able to get our own premises, so that we can actually deliver face-to-face activities with the people in our community. This would actually help break down the issue around people working in silos, you know, because there are a lot of, you know, I've been in this country 60 years, and I came here as a child. So in terms of working with African heritage people, whether it's people from the Caribbean or people from motherland or people born in this country, working with Europeans, I mean, I have grown up with all these people, you know, and I experienced racism from I came into this country, not because I desired it, but because it's something that has always been there. So when I hear people say, I've never encountered racism, I think, my God, well, where have you been? You know, how much have you swallowed, you know, in terms of the injustices that we've been subjected to over time, you know? And I think it's fine if you're going through trauma, and you know, my grandmother used to say you have to suck salt, you know, sometimes, you know, when things are horrible and bitter, you need to suck salt and keep going. Well, I think we've done that. We've done that. We've sucked so much salt, you know, when I start drinking water, I won't be able to stop. Yeah. And so it's really important that we are honest with ourselves. You know, we talk, you know, very professional and intellectually about things, but we need to get down to the nitty-gritty of what's really going on, you know, and stop this nonsense of, you know, celebrating, you know, white people who've kicked us in our teeth and everywhere else. You know, anyway, I can go on. I'm sorry. I do lose it sometimes because the pain and the frustration is there. We need to stop. We need to stop. So the Garvey Village wants to have its own facility where we can actually network with each other on a very, you know, cultural, political, social level. So we can actually network with each other and really get to know each other and support each other in real ways. Yeah. Because the European ways is not our way.
That's right.
Okay, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I should say the last words from Dwayne, who actually hosted the platform this evening. Dwayne?
Oh, how can I follow all those final words? I mean, Patricia, that was so, you know what, I'm not even going to use the word passionate. That was so sincere, because one of the things in Europe is to sometimes use the expression passionate when it comes to certain things and others for others. But look, I am humbled. I've learned so much tonight. I mean, from things that I've never really spent such lengthy time to listen to, in terms of from a male perspective, listening to the nurses talking about some of the things that as a man, and more importantly as a black man, a black king, I can do to support my queens and princesses in my community. So look, it was wonderful listening to all the experiences and the things we can do. Wholeheartedly agree with the idea of removing silos, but accepting that we always say an invisible glass ceiling. I don't think it's invisible more. I think it's really, really prominent in our faces. So let's just be real about that. Yeah. But my last words are: continue supporting each other, whatever level we are at, support each other. And in particular, where some of us get to a particular level in terms of senior management, recognizing that it's a very difficult role there. And essentially, we are intentional or well-intended, and it's all about paving the way. The other thing, sorry, I said final word. The thing I'll leave us all with to take away is this. If our ancestors didn't sacrifice and do the things that they did many, many centuries ago, we'll be all born as slaves, literally, today. We wouldn't be able to have the platform we have today to be discussing this sort of issues openly. We probably could do it, but we'd have to hide in some corner or some hole or something like that. Trust me, that's how it is. That's the reality. So things has changed over time, over the years, but certainly just recognize there's a lot more work to be done so that our future generation, our kids, can have children, thank you. Our children and their children can have equity, equal opportunity moving forward. And that's how I'll leave it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Black power, brother, black power.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us this evening in the room. Thank you, everybody who's watched on Facebook, and thank you, everybody who joined us on the Auntie Jean Zone on Black Culture Radio, which is all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. And you'll be able to listen to the repeat of this for every Friday's edition of the Garvey Village will be repeated on Monday in Black Culture Radio at 2 p.m, every Monday at 2 p.m. So if you missed some of it, you can listen in on Black Culture Radio, which is all the W's, blackcultureradio.com, on Monday at 2 p.m. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for this evening. Thank you for everybody's contribution, and thank you for everybody's hard work throughout the years. It has not gone unnoticed. Thank you.
Jean, we're going to have Vivian back on, yes?
We're having everybody back on.
Indeed.
Okay.
yeah, because she's, her case is very, very serious.
Very much so. Very much so.
Like Nyanda as well in Wales, yeah?
Yes, very much so. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'll say good night for those on Facebook, and say good night to everybody here, and say good night to everybody on Black Culture Radio. Good night.
Good night, Black.